Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the U.S.-Japan Security Alliance and Economic Relations at Work in Tennessee Symposium. It's a long name. Part of the Sasakawa Peace Foundation USA's U.S.-Japan Strategic Alliance Series. This is co-hosted by the Global Security Program here at the Howard Baker Center. And this event is generously sponsored by Sasakawa USA. And we're grateful for their support of our programming. I'm Krista Wiegand. I'm the director of the Global Security Program here at the Baker Center, and I'm delighted to have all of you here. And we're looking forward to a very interesting and productive morning and afternoon. I want to talk about why we're hosting this event here. Senator Howard Baker, who the center is named for, served as U.S. ambassador to Japan from 2001 to 2005. This was the last government position he held. As far back as the early 1990s, Howard Baker chaired a study group analyzing U.S.-Japan, the U.S.-Japan alliance through the Council on Foreign Relations. And this interest continued when Baker established the Japan-U.S. Advisory Board in the year 2000 to increase bilateral trade between the two countries. And you probably know there is a lot of trade relations between the state of Japan and state of Tennessee, and Japan. And we're going to hear a lot about that later on. It was no surprise when Howard Baker was nominated to be ambassador to Japan by President George Bush. At that time, Senator Joe Biden announced that it would last, quote, 12 seconds to confirm Senator Baker as ambassador due to very strong bipartisan support for him. So as ambassador to Japan, Baker's main objectives were to strengthen social, economic, and security ties between the two countries. He stated that he not only aspired for an improved alliance, but also continuing a strong friendship between the two countries. In true Howard Baker fashion, he stated that these kind of relations come from, quote, people things. And what he meant by that is that national level friendship comes from personal level friendships first. By the end of his tenure in Japan, the strong relationships that he built were quite apparent. In his book called My Recollections, A Spirit of Bipartisanship, he wrote, quote, Japan and the United States are very dissimilar countries, but both countries have a profound understanding of the significance of this special relationship and have created much new history and ties. And this perfectly summarizes the influence that Baker had on U.S.-Japan relations. To this day, Ambassador Baker is remembered and highly regarded in Japan for his significant contributions to strengthening U.S.-Japan relations. Ambassador Baker was followed by another Tennessean, one of our current senators, Bill Hagerty. He was ambassador from 2017 to 2019, so we're quite proud to have two ambassadors from the state of Tennessee to Japan. The lasting ties between the U.S. and Japan, and specifically between the state of Tennessee and the University of Tennessee and Japan, are due in a large part to the efforts of Ambassador Howard Baker, as well as our good friends, former Senator Alexander Lamar as well. Today's symposium is a testament to the continued interest in strengthening U.S.-Japan relations and promoting Japan's relationship with the state of Tennessee. As Howard Baker recommended, today we're engaging in people things by bringing together American and Japanese experts to discuss this crucial bilateral alliance and relationship and how it's evolving to meet our new geopolitical and economic challenges by engaging in discussions of military and economic security. So at this time, I'd like to welcome Dr. Marianne Wanamaker, the Executive Director at the Baker Center, for her welcoming remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Krista. That was so very well said. I don't have a whole lot to add, except I'll just say that as I told the group at dinner last night, this feels so very natural to us because of this deep history between Baker and Japan, but also because so many others who are so close to us here at the Baker Center have also feel those close ties to Japan. And I was sharing with the group last night that Senator Alexander, Lamar Alexander, is really an important person to us and spends a lot of time with us. And if you ask him, so he was governor of the state of Tennessee twice. He was Secretary of Education. He was president of the University of Tennessee system, and he was a 3-time senator. And you ask him what he's most proud of in his legacy, and his answer is recruiting Nissan to the state of Tennessee, and everything that then brought after that. So in his view, his legacy has been built on the people things of the Tennessee-Japan relationship. So we're thrilled to have you here today. I want to say just a little bit about what's going on here at the Baker Center, which is that we have long been in the business of research, student programs, and policy engagement. Krista leads our global security team here, and they have a long history of doing that work. And we have been fortunate enough in the last 5 days to receive approval from the University of Tennessee Board of Trustees to turn this place into a school of public policy, the first one in the state. And at its core will be the research and student programs that we do already, including the research we do in global security and the education programs we do for students. So stay tuned on that. We're still waiting on the state to sign off on this school idea, but I'm feeling very positive about how that might go. And so our mission at the school will be to ground students in the legacy of Howard Baker, give them the education opportunities that they need to be effective public servants. We've been saying Howard Baker's legacy is that he was such a good public problem solver. And so our job will be to train public problem solvers and to give them the tools they need to be successful. And I think part of that toolkit will be really fully understanding why Lamar Alexander thinks recruiting Nissan to the state of Tennessee was his most important legacy, right? Really understanding this relationship, how our business, our economic, and national security interests intertwine, which of course is the subject of today's event. So thank you for being here. This is an exciting time in the life of the center, and an exciting time in the life of the relationship between the United States and Japan. We're really happy for you that you're here today. And so with that, I'm going to hand it back to Krista. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Marianne. At this time, I'm very happy to introduce the Honorable Consul General Yoichi Matsumoto, who from the Consulate General in Nashville, for his welcoming remarks. Thank you so much, Consul General.
Good morning, and first of all, thank you very much for inviting me here to participate in this important symposium. So my gratitude to the Howard Baker Center and the Sasagapi Foundation USA. And I would like to extend congratulations to the co-hosts for holding this important symposium. Although our Consul General of Japan in Nashville is one of the diplomatic mission, our primary focus is focus on, consular services to the Japanese people, American people, supporting business, Japanese companies, and also supporting cultural exchanges, people-to-people exchanges. So for me, although economic issues are familiar, but national security issues are a little bit far from my knowledge, but this is really a good opportunity, at least for me, to learn what is the current situation, cooperation, or ties, bonds between Japan and the United States in terms of national security as well as economic relations. And perhaps I should conclude first because we are looking forward to nice discussions from now from prominent experts. But I just want to add that Howard Baker, Ambassador Howard Baker, is one of my heroes. And I bought a book before I came here, and the title was The Recollection, The Spirit of Bipartisanship. That was really a good book. And I saw a spirit of Ambassador Howard Baker, Senator Howard Baker there. And I also like to follow the idea of friendship at the national level comes from personal level friendship. Thank you very much. And I really looking forward to the discussions with you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Consul General. Last but not least, I would like to welcome Dr. Satohiro Akimoto. He's the CEO and president of Sasakawa Peace Foundation USA.
Good morning. Thank you very much. My time is already passed, so I'm going to be very quick because the first session should start at 9:15, and I'm looking forward to a great discussion. First of all, I just wanted to congratulate Marianne, Krista, for elevating the center to a school, and I'm really excited to hear the news and hope that we'll be able to work with you in the future as well. I'll be very quick, as I said. I have 4 things to say, but very quickly. First of all, congratulations on Tennessee football team. I know football is important here, and it's been a long time, and it's about time, right? So congratulations. So that's number 1. Number 2, Baker. Ambassador Baker, to me, it's Ambassador Baker, Senator Baker, Ambassador Baker. I'm old enough to actually work with them in Tokyo in person. So that's part of the reason why I wanted to visit the Baker Center last year. And 2 things about Howard Baker. Bipartisanship that Consul General mentioned, and also big vision. And I think we need a big vision at this particular time. We are having a very important geopolitical, geoeconomic time, so a big vision is very important. Secondly, state of Tennessee, there are lots of Japanese business in the state of Tennessee, but I would say that with all due respect to Baker Center and everybody, business is ahead of policy discussion. So I would hope that we'll be able to be part of development of the center to school and promote the great big vision policy debate in state of Tennessee. And thirdly, I'm going to talk about this in my session as well. So very quickly, I think this event discussion is very timely because we are going through a transformative time in history. A transformative time in terms of Japan's defense posture, national security strategy. I'm sure that Larry, General Bansho, Jim, Ambassador Ishii are going to talk about it, but we're going through a transformative time in the Japanese national security. And also, it's actually reflected to U.S.-Japan Security Alliance. That alliance itself is going through a transformative time. So I'm really looking forward to the debate. And lastly, the combination or combining convergence of traditional military security and economic security. So we decided to have 2 sessions because now today, security is not just traditional military security, but a combination of military security as well as technology competition, economic competition with big country in Asia. And we'd like to have this integrated view of national security. So I think this is a very timely event. I'm looking forward to great discussion. So thank you very much.
All right, we're going to go ahead and start panel 1, if the panelists could go up. So this is the Strengthening the U.S.-Japan Security Alliance panel, and this will focus on how the U.S. and Japan can jointly mitigate and counter military threats in the Indo-Pacific. We know that China is looming large, and as it invests heavily in expanding its military capacity, and North Korea, of course, remains an acute nuclear threat. So we're going to go ahead and discuss these issues and many more, and how the U.S.-Japan alliance relationship can address these. So I'm going to be moderating the panel, so I'm going to move over to the table, and we'll go ahead and start.
Do you need your name?
Okay. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and start with Lieutenant General Bancho, then we'll be followed by Lieutenant General Nicholson, and then by Sasakawa's James Schoff. So we'll turn it to you.
Prepare for the
Yes, so we need the PowerPoint presentation, please. No, the other one. There's another one. The one at the top? Other side, left? There we go.
Okay. And we have a clicker.
Do you have the clicker there? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, start. Go ahead. Good morning. I'm Lieutenant General Bansho. I'm from Tokyo yesterday, and I'm a retired Army infantry officer. Thank you very much for today, especially the Dr. Wiegand and the members of the Howard Baker Center of the Tennessee University and Sasakawa Peace Foundation USA. It is a great honor for me to be here, and this is a privilege for me to speak at the first. My time is maybe few minutes, so I'd like to touch upon some topic as of the Japan's strategy. One is Japanese strategic environment. Second is our measures to cope with such kind of the situation. And the third is our new defense strategy issued on last December, and also so our agenda for our alliance. So I'm prepared the PowerPoint slide, so please look at this one. First of all, where is Japan? Here. Japan archipelago is laid down between the Eurasian continent and the Pacific Ocean. And the 3 point, that is the Soya Strait, only 40 kilometers from Hokkaido to Sakhalin. This is the Tsushima Strait, only 50 kilometers from Tsushima to Busan. And this is the Yonaguni areas. That is only 110 kilometers from Taiwan to our border island. So we are facing to the very big challenge countries like this. So China, North Korea, Russia. According to the US national security strategy, US government pointed 4 major threats or challenges. Number one is most biggest and the long-range challenge is China, and imminent threat is Russia, and the third and fourth is North Korea and Iran. So 3 of 4 located in this region, and Japan is the only country to face those 3 countries directly. And China made lines of the first island chain and second island chain. Within the first island chain, like Sea of Okhotsk, Sea of Japan, and the East China Sea and South China Sea, within that areas, they argued that area denial. And within the second island chain, they said that the anti-access. But yellow belt is Japan. So Japan have a very, very important and critical role to maintain the peace in this region and to deter the conflict in this region.
So this is some time tables. Upper table is the number of the violation of Japanese territorial water within the Senkaku areas. Since especially 2012, China accelerated the invasion. And the latter figure is air interception by our Air Force. 944 is the number of the during Cold War, 1984. That was the record. But 1,168 is a new record. And during the Cold War, 90% of the air interception to Russian aircraft. But recently, 80% of our air interception is towards the Chinese aircraft. And they are deploying the aircraft, missiles, and carriers surrounding Japan. And also, we have to pay attention to the North Korea. Recently, Kim Jong-un took his daughter to the nuclear launching. This missile launch. This missile will cover here. The maximum range of this missile might be 15,000 kilometers. So a huge intercontinental ballistic missile. And as well as they are developing the nuclear weapons. Please look at this picture. What is here? This lighthouse is located at the Yonaguni Islands that I mentioned, the border island. And such a beautiful mountains, that is Taiwan. So only 110 kilometers from Taiwan to our land. So that's why this is the same theater. This is the Yonaguni Island, our border. And here, Kyushu to the Nansei Shoto, that is the southwestern island. I was in charge of these areas as a commanding general. So I always thinking about the Chinese activities and the Taiwan situation, as well as the Korean peninsula. And for decades, we are proceeding the program or defense effort to upgrade or strengthen our defense posture in the southwestern Japan. Number one is construct the new camps along here. Second is to upgrade our rapid development capabilities. And the third is to create the amphibious brigade. General Nicholson did a great contribution to us. So U.S. Marine Corps type, our Japanese Marine Corps is completed right now. And this is our new deployment. Yellow dot, we have 5 new camps was opened. And end of this month, the last camp was opened in the Ishigaki Islands. And this red arrows means there is the exit of the Chinese vessels. So from East China Sea to the Sea of Japan and to the Pacific Ocean, they conduct the naval activities pass through those islands. So that's why we are constructing such kind of camps equipped with anti-ship missiles or air defense capabilities, as well as infantry unit. So we are now developing those kind of posture. And this is the new camps in Yonaguni, that is the border island. And this is the recent picture that conducted with the US military. This is our mobile tank, mobile combat vehicle in the Yonaguni Island, very, very close to Taiwan. At that time, US Marine Corps joins this exercise, and amphibious operations and HIMARS of the US Army, or MV-22. Those kind of equipment was introduced to Japan and conduct together, so bilateral exercise. Lastly, I will touch upon our new strategy. As I mentioned, last December, Japanese government approved the new strategic document. One is NSO, National Security Strategy, National Defense Strategy, and the Defense Build-Up Program. That is equivalent to the US defense strategic systems. And the point is like this. One is change of Japan's threat perception. Might be very difficult to understand, but for many years, Japan do not so determine the threat. We are all friendly countries, surrounded by friendly countries. Exception is North Korea. That is a missile attack, missile capabilities. But China, Russia is not threat. Those are all our policies. But on this time, this policy was drastically changed. And of course, we have to prepare for the new warfare, like cyberspace or cyber or information warfare, such kind of the multi-domain warfares. And third is a drastic revise of the Japanese defense policy. We will introduce the counter-strike capabilities and possess the long-range capabilities. And we will promote the US-Japan alliance, as well as the free and open Indo-Pacific or Quad cooperation with the Japan, US, and India and Australia. And also, 5 point is, most important thing is, we strengthen defense capabilities. Budget increased, almost doubled. So 2% of the GDP to 330 billion US dollar equivalent. And as of the US alliance, US-Japan alliance, important agenda is to establish an alignment of the common strategic vision objectives and modernize our command and control structures. And 6 warfares. I created this one. As you know, China introduced 3 warfares: media warfare, legal warfare, psychological warfare. But we have to do 3 more warfares. 4th is a legitimacy. 5th is the high capability of the armed forces. And 6th is friend. China do not have a friend, but we have many friends and coalitions. So such kind of the warfares. And also, we have to imposing the cost to them. We have to accelerate the quantity and quality of the exercises and trainings as a strategic communication with flexible deterrence option. And also, we will strengthen the joint use of base and facilities and prepare for the new warfare. Just 1 year first from a Ukraine war, Russia invaded Ukraine. We have to learn that war, especially as Japan. Number 1, most important lesson learned is we should not bankrupt of deterrence. And second is a determination or strong will for national defense with leader, nation, and armed forces. And global support is also important, and we have to defense build up immediately. And we have to prepare new warfare, and we have to think, how do we do for Taiwan? And this is my last slide. To conclude my presentation, US-Japan security relationship is critically important in this region to cope with China, Russia, North Korea, such autocracy and absolutism countries. In order to deter them, our alliance is critically important. And also, at that time, we have to cooperate with Korea, Taiwan, ASEAN countries, and as I mentioned, Quad countries like Australia, India, and European countries. Such kind of effort must be immediately needed. So this concludes my kickoff briefing. Thank you very much. This is the old picture that when 20 years ago, when I deployed to Iraq, I worked with American forces together. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, General Bancho. Okay, General Nicholson.
Okay, thanks. Hey, I'm Larry Nicholson, and General Bancho, an old teammate of mine. Great brief. I think the maps really highlight some of the geographical challenges out there. Thanks to the Baker Center, and thanks to Saskawa for the opportunity to say a few words. I'm going to start off with probably a thesis statement, and that is really, I think for most of my career, Japan was a place we would have to fight from, maybe. Now it's a country we have to fight with. And I think that is an incredible change. And of course, in December of last year, the new defense strategy was released by Japan, which was pretty significant. And I know the General touched on a little bit of that. But, you know, what are we trying to do here in the Pacific? We're trying to protect what we've done for 75 years, and that's a free and open Indo-Pacific region that has benefited every country in the region. Look at the two super economies that have developed in Japan and South Korea. Look at the transformation in countries like Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, Philippines. A free and open Indo-Pacific has benefited everyone, and I haven't mentioned who it has perhaps benefited the most, and that's China. So the thought that they now want to shut down and limit that freedom in the Indo-Pacific is just really a little hard to understand. Sir, you live in a tough neighborhood. There's no question about that. And you highlighted North Korea, Russia, and China. I'm going to hit them all real quick. North Korea, problematic. Certainly KJU, even seen by China and sometimes as the impetuous child. Is he a threat? Absolutely. The only solace I take when I think about North Korea, and I think major decision makers do consider this, is that the only way, the most important thing I think the KJU is preservation of the regime, preserve the regime. If the regime started a war either on the peninsula, and by the way, it used to be any war on the peninsula would be contained to the peninsula. A war on the peninsula today would not be contained to the peninsula. I think the only solace I take is KJU understands he's crazy, but he's not stupid. And he understands that starting a conflict would guarantee the end of his regime. And this is a country that, again, just 2 weeks ago had to advise their people about more food shortages. It's an incredibly challenging, the Hermit Kingdom, the impossible state. I think all of you know quite a lot about North Korea. Russia, I mean, I don't need to spend a lot of time about Russia here, but, certainly a despotic leader that has mortgaged his country's economic future, its social future. We're not only talking about more than 100,000 casualties today, but we're talking about estimates are almost 500,000 young men have fled the country for fear of being called up and drafted. And a lot of those are educated young men. So a brain drain has occurred under this leader, and it wasn't too long ago that NATO cooperated mightily with Russia. I'll just tell you, I was in Moscow after one of my tours in Afghanistan, and probably some of the most sage advice we ever got came from the Russians. And I remember sitting. I was a brigadier general at the time, and on a trip with some more senior leaders. And a senior leader in Moscow looked at our delegation and said, Afghanistan will remain okay as long as you pay the soldiers and maintain some kind of a presence. The minute you quit paying their army and the minute you leave, it's going to fall back. And he was prescient in his comments. He was spot on. But we used to do a lot more cooperation in NATO Partnership for Peace. General Mattis talks about he used to have a Russian delegation down at CENTCOM working down there. It is Putin. It is an individual that has completely changed the outcome and the future, which is very sad for that population. China, very quickly, the Middle Kingdom for many, many years really was not an occupying army, was not a country that spilled its borders all the time. They used money as a weapon system thousands of years ago. They're doing that again today with the Belt and Road Initiative. I don't need to occupy you. I don't need to attack you. I own you. And they did that, again, with great effect for many centuries. Today, that causes problems for us. And some of you heard me say this before, but I remember an outcall in a country in the region that I won't name, but the Minister of Defense said, hey, Nicholson, why aren't you training with my naval infantry the way you're training with another country? And I said, Minister, we are absolutely ready to start training with your forces the way we are with Indonesia. It was Indonesia, the country we were training with. And he leaned forward and smiled. He goes, we just can't let China find out about it. And it kind of hit me in the head like a 2x4 because I grew up in the Marine Corps where wherever we trained, whether it was in Africa, Latin America, Europe, or Asia, it was front page news. Hey, look at us. We're training with U.S. Marines. Look at us. We're training with the Americans. Now I have a Minister of Defense I'm sitting knee to knee with telling me, we love you, we want to train with you, but we can't tell anybody. That's the corrosive impact of money as a weapon system, corrosive impact on partners and allies. And I think that stuck with me. The alliance, we have 7 treaty allies. The United States does, NATO obviously being one of those. I don't know a more important one today than our relationship with Japan. And I think that, for us, any conflict in the region, we're looking for partners and allies. Who are those partners and allies? U.S. Transportation Command has a very, very challenging mission, and that is to support the fight, to move people, material, and everything you would need to be successful in a engagement in the region. The ultimate away game. And I think for many, many years during Iraq and Afghanistan, we could sail ships, we could fly planes. We never had to worry about ABO. ABO is access, basing, and overflight. And means very simply, would certain countries in the region allow us to bring ships in? Would they allow us to land planes to refuel? Would they allow us to even fly over the airspace? And I think in St. Louis today at U.S. Transportation Command, there's a very sobering expectation that many of these countries, for the exact reason that I just mentioned about the corrosive impact of money, there are many countries that would say, hey, we love you, but you can't fly over our airspace. We love you, but no, your ships cannot come here. They cannot dock here. And no, you can't refuel your planes or stage your forces here. That is concerning and is troubling, and it certainly limits. And we almost, we talk about partners and allies a lot. I think partners are always in question. You just never know which way they're going to fall in terms of support or not support. Certainly in Japan, we have an incredibly strong ally. And again, not a country anymore that we're going to fight from, but a country we would certainly be fighting with. Today, we talk about integrated deterrence. It is the term. I just left a week at Indo-PACOM. It is the term integrated deterrence, integrated deterrence, integrated deterrence. And that means with partners and allies. But I have to ask, how do we know if it's working? How do we know if our strategy for integrated deterrence is working in the region? Think about minutes after Nancy Pelosi left after her visit. The Chinese moved their ships, they moved their aircraft. They set an isolation of Taiwan and for all intents and purposes, established an embargo for a period of time. And I'm not sure we saw that coming as effectively and as well as we had. But they have interior lines of communication. They have tremendous advantages that are really challenging for us. Ordnance challenges. I mentioned last night at dinner with Marianne and Krista, but Ukrainians today are shooting just one ordnance piece, 100,000 rounds a month of 155 artillery, which is the standard artillery piece. 100,000 rounds a month. Our production in the United States today, we make at full capacity, we're making 14,000 rounds a month. So I know our government is out there engaging with industry, trying to find ways that we can increase in ordnance. And 155 artillery is only one of many ordnance things. You think about javelins, you think about stingers, you think about HIMARS, you think about the full collection of ordnance out there, and we are eating through quite a bit for all the right reasons, but we're eating through quite a lot of ordnance, and moving that ordnance is going to be a challenge, and just having enough. I want to talk about, we talk a lot about integrated deterrence, but also there is not a military plan, there is not a military discussion that doesn't include space and cyber. Space and cyber used to be exquisite capabilities held at the very, very highest level. Today, space and cyber are integrated into tactical discussions at every level. And this has changed. I retired in November of 18, and this has changed where space and cyber are integrated into the fabric of every tactical discussion. We talk about achieving lethal and cognitive effects. It's all about effects-based operations. and how do we achieve both lethal and cognitive effects on our adversary to influence their behavior and influence the way they think and the way they act. When I was in Okinawa, the Koko Jetai, the Japanese Air Force, of course, we had Kadena Air Force Base with hundreds of fighter jets. 5 miles away was Naha Airfield, where the Koko Jetai were, and almost every day, Koko Jetai planes were launching out, stopping commercial traffic, launching the F-16s to engage Chinese incursions into the airspace. Back to deterrence. How has that changed since I left? Well, the fact is, and you saw the slide, it's almost doubled. So how effective is our deterrence? And the military, we're always real big on looking at measures of effectiveness. How do we know if what we're doing is working? And I think right now it's very troubling that we are not particularly influencing the behavior with what we're doing in the region, and that is a little concerning. Hey, look, I would tell you, I think we took our eye off the ball in China. I think after 9/11 there was an assumption that because China now was integrated into the world economy, you can't go to any city in China. You go to Shanghai, there's a Starbucks on every corner. There's McDonald's, there's Hilton and Marriott hotels. And there was a sense that China has joined the world community. Tom Friedman wrote about it, and the world is flat. You don't need warehouses full of stuff because you can get whatever you need in a $3,000 container. It can be here in 14 days. And I think there was a sense that China had now joined the world community. And I think we made a bad assumption. We made an assumption that the society that had lifted more people out of poverty than any country in history in the shortest amount of time, with that liberalization of their economy, there would be an equal and commensurate liberalization of human rights. There would be a more liberalization of the ability to dissent. You have an educated population that is a thinking population and that would really join the world community. And I think after 9/11, we literally and in every way put our head in the sand, metaphorically. And I think we became CENTCOM focused. We became very focused on Iraq, became very focused on Afghanistan. And I think about 2015, we started bringing our head up a little bit and realized that China had doubled the size of the military since 9/11. They had increased capability. They had developed weapon systems that we had not even developed at that point in terms of their lethality and their range, with the DF-26 being able to go 1,800 kilometers, effectively establishing a weapons engagement zone that covers the second island chain. And so I think there was an epiphany about what China was doing. And I think we took our eye off the ball and we were incredibly surprised. Integrated deterrence means a common operating picture. And today we have, and here's a concern of mine, down on the Southwest Islands, we have the Japanese Ground Self-Defense Force, the Army, establishing outposts of a couple hundred troops on the islands, the Southwest Islands, trending towards Unagami, and which is only 60 kilometers, I think, from Taiwan. But these outposts are staffed by Japanese soldiers who have incredible capabilities, anti-ship, cutting-edge anti-ship weapons. My question to our leadership and to the Japanese leadership is, how do they know what they're looking at? How do these Japanese soldiers, how do they know? Do they have the common operating picture? Do they know whose ship is on the horizon? Do they know what that is? And I think one of the greatest challenges that we have today is sharing of intelligence and sharing of common operating picture with the Japanese. Everybody knows what Five Eyes is, right? The U.S., Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and America has a very, very open sharing of high-end intelligence and common operating picture. And we're not there yet with Japan. And I think that's a real concern is how do we how do we get the information to and share the information we need? If we are going to fight together, we still have some impediments here to our ability to openly share information, and a lot of that is policy. I think the military folks are much more pragmatic in terms of getting the information to the folks that know it. But if you're really going to talk about joint and combined command, you've got to be able to have a shared common operating picture, which drives operations every day. It's a work in progress. There are some great programs out there like JASD2 that potentially will help in this, and Mission Partner Environment, and some other programs that are working. We're working very closely with them. What are the impacts on Ukraine on China? I don't know. Really interesting. Does Xi Jinping look at what's going on and does he feel that he should delay? Does he feel that maybe he should accelerate? I would tell you, I think we're at a pretty vulnerable time right now. I think I can tell you that the sober nature and seriousness at Indo-PACOM today is that we really need to be ready to fight tonight. We just don't know. And I think every time we project and predict what China is going to do, we tend to get that wrong. Command structure is very important, and I know that Jim Schaaf and the team will be talking about that again a little more. I think the Indo-PACOM on the U.S. side, I think we're good. Jointness is hard. Jointness is tough, and it took a Goldwater-Nichols Act to force down the throat of our 5 services, 6 services now, I guess, ensuring that we work together. They had to put mandates. Services can be very parochial. Naval tradition, Army tradition, Air Force and Marine Corps tradition, and now you got Space Force and Coast Guard's in there somewhere as well, I guess. But service traditions are very parochial, and it took Congress, frankly, to kind of break glass and make the services work together. Jointness is tough. I think we have a very, very strong joint force now. Now we need to make that a combined force. And so when you talk about a JTF, a joint task force, that's all services working together. Now you have to put the C on there, a combined joint task force that will include Japan, that will include Australia, that will include other allies in the region. And I think that is hard. For Japan, I would say you can't be part of a combined force until you yourself are joint. And I think Japan is struggling the way we were at the outset of Goldwater-Nichols in terms of trying to become more of a joint force. It doesn't come naturally. And, the Japanese Navy, Air Force, and Army, I think, are working very hard. And again, the new defense strategy that was laid out in December, I think, really helps that. Look, I'm just going to hit one last point that I never miss the opportunity. And that is, when I got to Okinawa as a commander in 2015, one of my first visits was to Iwakuni, Japan, where our jet aircraft were located, Marine Corps Air Base, Iwakuni. And as I drive on the base, I see Japanese soldiers, I see Japanese airplanes. I'd never been to Iwakuni. I'm an infantryman, no reason to go up into the air wing community. But as I'm driving around, you go into the PX, there's Japanese sailors in line at Taco Bell and Kentucky Fried Chicken. And you're like, wow, this is great. This is great. And you've got squadrons of Japanese planes and squadrons of American Marine and Navy planes kind of working together. Their squadrons are next to one another. They're sharing best practices. They're sharing tactics, techniques, and procedures. Terrific. You go to Yokosuka, you go to Yokota Air Base, you go to Atsugi, you go to Misawa, you go to all the bases in mainland Japan. They're all integrated. There's Americans and Japanese working side by side. You go to Okinawa, and every base in Okinawa is not integrated. It is absolutely segregated. And there are Japanese forces on the island in bases where they really are not able to really effectively train. And I know we rallied back in 2015. We started talking about why aren't we integrating our bases? Why is Okinawa different than mainland Japan? If I'm a Japanese civilian and I stand outside of Yokota Air Base and I see American and Japanese young men and women coming off the base, I see an alliance. I see an alliance and I see the future. If you stand outside of Camp Schwab in Okinawa and all you see is young Americans coming in, it still very much looks like the Army of Occupation. It really does. And I know that's very blunt, but it does. If I'm an Okinawan citizen, I don't see that alliance. I don't see that partnership. I see just young Americans that are occupying our bases. So I know that General Iwata and other generals have taken this on. That's a policy decision. I think the U.S. will support that tremendously, but I think that's something we still got to get after. And last but not least, I know Mary Ann will want me to mention the comment about strategic ambiguity. It wasn't too many months ago, Admiral Harry Harris sat right here and he said the policy of strategic ambiguity needs to go away. It has served us well and I'm talking about Taiwan. It has served us well here for many, many years. But, the one China policy is a great policy, but that's based on peaceful reconciliation and not hostile takeover. And, Harry Harris's point was it's time. Every American understands our policy in Ukraine. We're going to support the hell out of them, but we're not going to put one American troop, no boots on the ground. And we all understand that. Russia understands that policy. Ukraine understands that policy. We understand it. Would we be better served by having a policy of strategic clarity on Taiwan? We will support militarily, or we won't support militarily, but we will provide arms and equipment for the Taiwanese, or we're not going to do anything. And the audiences would be obviously the people in China, the people in Taiwan, who are probably really interested in that question, and perhaps most importantly, the citizens of the United States and allied countries. So I don't know what the answer is. I know where Harry Harris is on this. My sense is I think a policy of strategic clarity would assist tremendously. It would simplify. Would it provoke? Perhaps. But I think today the policy of strategic ambiguity is not particularly helpful right now. My thoughts. You can agree or disagree on that. With that, I will close. Thanks for the opportunity to say a few words. Thanks.
Over to Jim.
Okay, thank you very much. It's an honor to be here with you all. Jim Show from Susquehanna, USA in Washington, D.C. This is a tough act to follow here, following two generals. But I'll just take a couple minutes and maybe expand a little bit on some of the opportunities and challenges that I think we face right now. I'll start with, because it's always important to remember, what's the goal of the alliance and the role of the alliance? And I think the goal is peace and prosperity in the region. That's the goal. And I think the role for the alliance, as alluded to and mentioned here, is deterrence, is stability. The alliance provides supports the environment that allows us to sustain that peace and prosperity. So that's, even though we're talking about buying more weapons and training more and blowing things up, et cetera, the goal and the purpose behind this is peace and prosperity in the region. We have a variety of opportunities and a good situation in the alliance to build from. We really are in sync in terms of our strategic vision, in terms of our goals. We have large numbers of forward deployed U.S. military assets, some of the best people, best equipment in Japan, as they've described, training, working together on a regular basis. We just concluded in the region the Iron Fist exercise, which is an amphibious kind of maritime amphibious deployment or kind of simulating retaking islands or island warfare, which used to always be done in California, but now for the first time was done in the Southwest Islands in the region that General Bonsho was just showing. Getting more realistic, getting more practical. We're doing a variety of things now because Japan is on the front lines. It's not in the rear area supporting, as General Nicholson was talking about. We're not just fighting from Japan somewhere else. Japan is a frontline state, and we're fighting together, so we're taking practical steps to improve that. Some of the things that have been announced recently include the development of a Marine Littoral Regiment, a U.S. Marine Regiment that will be better equipped, more forward deployed in the Southwest Islands, more capable, and more responsive. We're also going to be sending a couple hundred U.S. Army soldiers to man an amphibious transport company, what they call a watercraft company. These are ships that are based in Yokohama. They've been there, but they were always there just in case for an emergency. But now we're actually going to have soldiers there on a regular basis working together with the Japanese, and these ships can move, talking about rapid deployment, as General Bancho mentioned. These will supplement Japan's own logistic capability and provide an alliance capability to move men and material. And we're doing events like asset protection, where Japanese ships and planes help protect U.S. ships and planes that are carrying out certain missions in the region. So a variety of opportunities, a variety of good things to build from. But these are there are a number of challenges. So the asset protection that I mentioned takes several days to coordinate, and you've got to have maybe Indo-PACOM, Indo-Pacific Command is really operating it, but then they've got to coordinate with U.S. forces in Japan, who are then passing messages to their counterparts in Ichigaya, the Japanese headquarters, and they coordinate and they organize. And for an exercise, that's okay. But if you're actually going to be fighting and coordinating and pulling forces together to work together as a seamless unit, those decisions are going to have to be made much more quickly. Some of them are going to be very politically sensitive. Do we do it? Do we not do it? So how do you combine the political decision-making and accountability and legitimacy of the decision-making with the operational capability? This is something that's going to take, I think, several years to really work out and perfect. Japan, of course, has a defense, an exclusively defense-oriented strategy and approach to its defense. The U.S. is not inhibited by that kind of legal constitutional construct. We also delegate authority down to our military leaders more freely than the Japanese do. So the Japanese cabinet and the politicians will retain more authority than that is usually given out to U.S. commanders. So there'll be a mismatch of authorities in working together. Japan has to use the minimum level necessary if they're going to introduce now a counterstrike capability. They're going to buy maybe U.S. Tomahawk missiles. How they use them has to be done in the minimum way necessary to protect their self-defense. So they may start an operation and then stop it because they've reached that minimum level. So the U.S. probably won't stop. And so I think there'll be some combination of things that we do together and then things where the U.S. is still operating very much like it's operated in the past. One other thing to mention, Japan is and just passed their budget for next year, expanding defense spending significantly to deal with all these challenges that they're facing. Up some 26%. The defense budget is rising about 26% above last year. It's a little misleading because they're adding categories to that number. So the Coast Guard now is being counted as a part of the defense expenditure, but still they are spending significantly more, and they have a 5-year plan that is quite robust. Currently, that 5-year plan is 2 years short of funding. They still have to come up with about 2 years worth on the back end of money to support that, and that's politically difficult right now. Which taxes do they raise? Where does that money come from? What about all the other domestic important priorities of education and healthcare and social services? So those realities are also going to challenge us going forward, but I think we have a great foundation and a lot of good people working on this together. So I'll stop there and give everybody a chance to jump in.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Jim. Okay, at this point, I'm going to ask one of our Baker students, Lucy, would you mind grabbing the microphone from the podium? And if you have a question, please use the microphone. We do have live streaming online, and so for everyone in the room and the online to hear your question, that would be great. If you could just raise your hand, and Lucy will come to you with microphone. Thank you.
Thank you for being here today, and thanks for putting on this symposium. I really appreciated General Nicholson's comment about potential allies that are reluctant to be known publicly, that want to work with the United States. And it almost seems like several innings have gone by where we've allowed China to get an advanced position in working with countries that need economic development. And I'm intrigued with all the military aspect that's been mentioned, but it seems like there's a lot of opportunity here that is non-military that hasn't been fully explored. You know, we used to do things like Radio Free Europe. We used to do lots of programs, Peace Corps. We used to do lots of kinds of programs to help developing countries that needed help. And it's sometimes a bag of rice makes more friends than bombs. The other thing I wanted to mention is I think General Nicholson hit on a really important thing, talking about, well, both generals did actually, talking about deterrence. It's really hard. I mean, defense is a strong military strategy. Deterrence is a more complicated game. And when you're going up against an adversary that has unity of command, it's really tough to achieve this common mission and the training. It's much harder for our allies to do it effectively than it is the adversary. So I'm one of the things that came up recently in Ukraine is we're providing a tank that can only operate on diesel fuel. That's really, or not, sorry, aircraft fuel. That's really hard to supply in a battlefield. So I'm wondering about the commonality of the tools of the trade. If we put ammunition or tanks or whatever it happens to be in the hands of people that haven't used that technology, there's a missed opportunity if we're not doing that. So anyway, I really appreciated the discussion today.
Thank you.
Do you want to go ahead and address any of the integrated stuff?
Yeah, no, I appreciate the comments. These are, as our New England friends would say, wicked problems. And I, you know, there's a lot of innovation on the battlefield. Additive manufacturing is one of the things that we're able to do at scale. I think with some of our units to be able to replace parts to keep things moving, but you can't produce ordnance that way. And certainly, I think we have every right to be concerned about nations that we think are partners, that are partners, that will be reluctant, understandably so, based on the ridiculous amounts of money. If you think about the comparison between a Marshall Plan, it's 10 times in equal dollars. The BRI was 10 times in equal dollars. Now, having said that, there are a lot of promises made by China about investment. Philippines is a great example. You know, they're going to invest X amount of dollars, and you know, at this point, it's probably, if they said they're going to provide $25 billion, at this point they've provided $3 billion. So there are a lot of promises, or a lot of checks that have been written that haven't been quite cashed. But especially, China is very interested in ports, and around the world, they want to control ports. You know, they control ports in this country, and Panama Canal. And think about the implications. But why are ports? Why are they so drawn to ports? If you run a port, you know where every ship is coming from, where it's going, and you know what's in every container. So knowledge is power, and data collection. And nobody's further along the AI chain than China is in terms of using that capability. But they are obsessed with ports, and if there's port bids anywhere, they're gonna outbid everybody for them. And the continent of Africa, Latin America, and is where they are preeminent in running the ports, because ports provide data and information that will help you control the flow. And so,
Can I just add to the interoperability question? I think the good news is that the U.S. and Japan have a lot of the same equipment, and we have the capacity to connect systems and develop a common operating picture. We have to get the information sharing protocols right, but the hardware is pretty similar. And then you make a good point on the kind of the non-military dynamic of engagement with other countries in the region, and this may come up in Ambassador Ishii's talk a little bit as well. The U.S. and Japan do have a number of other programs that we're carrying out on the energy infrastructure side of things in terms of building natural gas infrastructure within the region. Japan is putting a lot of money of its own aid money into the region, but coordinating with the United States. So there's a hardware-software connection on digital connectivity in Southeast Asia, on education and other types of programs. So, I think those countries, they don't necessarily want to have to choose between China and the United States and Japan, but they want to have options. And I think the U.S. and Japan are actively engaged in providing some of those options.
Thank you very much for a great comment. As of the deterrence, we cannot examine and we cannot prove the effectiveness of deterrence. If the deterrence was failed, we can confirm it. So that's why the goal is nothing happened. Yeah, to maintain the peaceful days, nothing happened. So that's why military is very important. In order to introduce the invasion, or in order to repel the for enemy, for the hostile, in order to deny, give up their intention. So that's why we have to prepare it. So that's why it is very, very important to explain it, but deterrence might be that is the center of gravity, I think. And also, as of the similarity of the Ukraine war, may I explain a little bit? I prepared the another one. Sorry. Okay. So I prepared one more slide. This is the similarity or analogy between the Ukraine war and the Taiwan crisis. This is the escalation ladders. In the peacetime or before the invasion, military drill, information warfare, or cyber attack, such kind of the things what happened. But after the February 24th, Russia conducted a missile attack, air attack, or naval attack, or ground invasion, and also threatening the nuclear weapons. So this scenario might be very similar to the Taiwan scenario. But next slide is more, so I'd like to say, to thinking about the Taiwan scenario. If the Taiwan is Ukraine is supported by US and NATO countries. So if the Taiwan situation would happen, of course, US will support for the, based on the Taiwan Relation Act. And we have a very strong alliance between Japan and US, but Japan and Taiwan have no diplomatic relations, very, very difficult relations. And also we have no consultation route or mechanism between Japan, US, and Taiwan. So this is the differences between the Ukraine and Taiwan. So that's why we have to think and we have to create, we have to modify this situation.
You're very close neighbors.
Yes, of course, 110 kilometers. Same theater. Important thing is the same theater. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's see, we have, I think, a question back here. There we go.
And thank you again for being here today. But most of my knowledge, limited, comes from reading The Economist for years. But looking at China, it looks like there's sort of a handwritings on the wall for the future of the nation in a way. When they had a 35+ year one-child policy, even though it's been reversed a couple of times this century, and now the second biggest province has taken away all those restrictions. In the sort of patriarchal society and sort of xenophobic stuff, it's even led demographers now. Their population went down last year, 850,000 fewer births. Their average population is lower than that of the United States as still a developing economy. And I know this will play out over 15 or 20 years, but ultimately moving more toward a nursing home status that'll affect all of its GDP, all that sort of thing. But The Economist makes the point that even though in the long run China may represent a smaller threat, in the short run, when a nation sees that, they'll quite often be a bigger short-term threat. They start to reach out and do the things you've talked about. Of course, the Road and Belt Initiative has been going on a long time, but their relationship with Taiwan becomes more imminent. I mean, they start thinking, we need to do something quickly. So I was just hoping to get an impression how much this long-term demographic issue with China plays into the current geopolitical risk that we're facing now with militarization and hegemony.
Great, thank you. Jim, do you want to address that one?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a China expert, but I think, the point is true that China has weaknesses, just like all countries have weaknesses, and if we focus on those, we can maybe make ourselves feel better in the long run. I think I'm focused more on the political challenge that Xi Jinping faces. He has a new term now. He has a few years to think about what he's going to do with that time. I'm not comfortable with autocratic systems and decision making. We saw what Putin did in Ukraine, and there are sometimes irrational, decisions that are made that are not in the long-term interest of the country, but yet have to be handled. So I think this push by Japan and the United States and working with the Quad and India's kind of interest in working together with Australia and the US and Japan is all a sign of countries being concerned about that kind of unpredictability and trying to almost make the decision for Xi Jinping, which is, don't do it. We've always said our policy with Taiwan has been, on the one hand, you can't succeed, but also that you don't have to try to take it. Those are the two conditions where a country usually decides to invade. And I think in Putin's case, it was kind of half and half. He half believed he could, and he half believed he had to. So we have to balance our strengthening of deterrence in the Taiwan case also without convincing China somehow that we're going too far, or Taiwan is going to that it has to do something, even if our deterrence is strong. So it's a delicate balance, but I think the Friends, one of the warfares that General Bancho mentioned, this solidarity in the region and cooperation is extremely important to sustain that deterrence and peace.
Great, thank you. Other questions? Let's see, here and then over here.
Could the panelists talk about what I really see as a sea change in attitude in Japan about defense and the political debate, the fact that Abe led a lot of this, but Kishida, the prime minister now, is pushing it, and Kishida historically was seen as a dove, and maybe he can do some of these things that Japan needs to do because he's viewed from the Japanese public as maybe less of a hawk as Abe was. But if you could just touch on what's going on in Japan politically.
Yeah, General Bancho, could you start?
As I briefed, last December's Japanese news strategy was a drastic change of the previous policy that was conducted by Prime Minister Kishida. But that is not depend on the one prime minister, but also for many, many years discussions. I worked for the military over the 35 years. There is a continuously discussions and continuously testing, continuously disputing and preparing. So that's why this is not happening. That is the result of our long years discussion and preparation, I think. And also, according to the public survey, that is very interesting. Budget doubling and change our policy for counter-strike capabilities, for this long-range capabilities. That is the unusual decision made, but most majority of the people approved and accepted. So that's why I think Japanese feeling or Japanese discussion was matured. Thank you.
Thank you. Over here.
Hello? Okay, it worked. Hi, thank you all for being here today and talking about these issues. My question relates to propaganda and influence campaigns. It seems to be a big part of the foreign policy of both Russia and China, especially in preempting invasions and the like now. Could you perhaps speak to current countermeasures that each country has for countering misinformation, how they could be improved, and specifically the role of coordination between countries in addressing these issues?
Yes, very important point. Look at the invasion of the Ukraine, fake news or information warfares, many such kind of information warfare that happened. So this is not European front, but also for us. We are always facing these things, so we have to prepare it. And as I mentioned, 6 warfares. China introduced the 3 warfares: media warfare, psychological warfare, and legal warfares. Of course, we have to do it. And also, we have 3 more warfares. That is the legitimacy, just cause, might be very important to be shared in the international communities. And also, we have a very smart and sophisticated, intelligent scheme or postures. And 6 is friend, as I mentioned. That is a cooperation with US, Japan, and friendly countries to cope with such kind of attitude by the absolutism countries. Thank you.
If I could, if you think about these 3 countries, North Korea, China, and Russia, there's no free and open media. So where do people get their information? I always thought when the Ukraine war started, if you're an educated Russian and you've had access to CNN, BBC, French news television, and all of a sudden they're all gone. The only channel on TV you can get your news from is state television. Wouldn't you kind of scratch your head and go, wait a second, why are all the international news media gone and only now my government is reporting the news? North Korea, nobody has a TV, so it's not a big deal, but the message is controlled there. So it's really, we're in a competition. We are in a competition of ideas and ideals. And I think our open media, I think, really is very good in terms of providing real information and news. And if there's one thing that the Trump administration and the Biden administration agreed on, and only one, it was China policy. It still has strong bipartisan support in terms of what we're trying to do. Who's the aggressor in this scenario? It's not the United States. The United States is not the aggressor in this scenario. again, that free and open Indo-Pacific has benefited everyone, mostly China, more than any other country in the region for 75 years. Why are we trying to change the status quo on what has been an incredible, 20, 30 years for China and their population and their economy? And why the need to become more autocratic and authoritarian in terms of controlling the message in China today? So I mean, that's very concerning, but it is it's a global competition right now between these two systems. There's no way around that.
Just really quickly, I was in Taiwan a couple weeks ago, and they are really on the front lines of Chinese kind of misinformation and disinformation. And there's a technical aspect to it where there are efforts to develop apps and the capacity for social media systems and others to identify essentially fake or untrue stories and quickly isolate them and prevent them from spreading. So there's kind of a technical aspect that U.S., Japan, Taiwan, other countries can share best practices to improve on. But I also want to emphasize that policies are also still important. It's not just about the argument you make. So, for example, we still don't have a double taxation treaty with Taiwan yet. We have one with almost every other country, and Taiwan is investing a lot of money now in TSMC in Arizona, and other companies are coming out. And we want to get this fixed. The administration and Congress are working on it, but it's slow, and it hasn't happened yet. So that gets used as fodder for China's arguments that the U.S. is just trying to take advantage of Taiwan, hollow out its semiconductor industry, use Taiwan as a pawn to confront China. I mean, so if there's a grain of truth, or it sounds true, it rings true because our policies are not, truly open and thinking about collective good, not just America's own self-political interest. That's an issue we have to address as well to really counter the disinformation, I think.
Just one shout out to Elon Musk here. Russia had the capability and capacity to completely block out all communications in Ukraine. Shut down the internet, shut down social media. They had the ability to do that. Starlink and what Elon Musk and his company have done has provided, tremendous benefit. And, you can read a lot about that on the open media, but I think it has provided a benefit for Ukrainians to stay connected, to pass information, to use social media as a platform for sharing that information and to stay connected to the world. And I think that has been a great frustration. I don't think Mr. Putin saw that as he was calculating this. I thought he would have an isolated, deaf, dumb, and blind, population there in Ukraine, and they are not. They're very much still connected. So again, industry coming and doing something pretty remarkable.
Okay, we have time for one quick question with a quick response.
Yeah, okay. I have a question regarding strategic partnership. You were talking about like the sixth warfare, and like you were saying like doesn't have much of friends. How do you look at strategic partnership that China's building? And another question is regarding like the military bases that China's having and the training that China is also offering, for example, Saudi Arabia and other important countries. So my question is that do you see? I have a few linked question. So does Japan can be playing a role in limiting Chinese rise in other regions? For example, like Bahrain is a very important country, has rich in oil, and it has very economic cooperations with Japan, but it doesn't have any partnerships with China. Do you think that Japan has a role in limiting other countries to build partnerships with China? Another question is that how is it hard for the United States to offer more foreign aid or economy, since now economic is the most important? For example, Jordan is a very good receiving economy from US, and now they, like the king, decided to stop the 5G because of the US pressure, which they hear to the US. Israel is a good also receiver of the US money, and they stopped many constructive opportunities with China because of the U.S. pressure. So why does the U.S. still not giving much of foreign aid or like opportunities? So we're seeing that countries would look at China as an alternative. For example, Saudi Arabia now, they are asking for a nuclear weapon or nuclear plant, and China is offering a nuclear plant. So how can the United States prevent countries to go find an alternative, and how economy with the United States stop military, like limit the military and go more economy? How hard is that? And how Japan can play a role, especially its very important economic role in the international system? Thank you.
I'll take the first piece of that. Huawei. Huawei has tried to make inroads. First of all, we need to understand it's hard to wrap our head around, but there's no separation between industry and state in China. If you are a company in China, you by default, you're working for China. And so we've known that for a long time. Huawei has tried to make inroads into this country for a long time. What China has done very effectively with Huawei is go into country X and say, hey, we can come in and give you 5G. We can replace your entire communications infrastructure system with 5G, cutting edge. You don't need those landlines anymore. You're gonna be state of art communications. And they offer that at a price that Western companies, European and American and Japanese companies can't match, and they probably are subsidizing a lot of that. But what do they get out of that? Now they control the communications infrastructure in that country. It's a smart strategy for them. So I think that open and fair competition, we're just not going to be able to. Or Western companies can't compete in setting up those 5G networks at the price that they're offering. But again, the amount of money that China had previously been moving around, I think COVID and then sort of the implications of this deterrence and the pressure on them has shrunk their economy a little bit. Certainly had an impact. But we have not done a good enough job, I think, in reaching out to a lot of countries and continuing to support them. We just put an ambassador. It was a country in Oceania. It might have been the Solomons, but it was one of the countries in Oceania. We just put an ambassador in there because China was making inroads across Oceania, a lot of those small islands. Why hadn't we had an ambassador there for 20 years? I mean, what? Again, we sometimes we get complacent. We take our eye off the ball. China looks for gaps and seams in our policy. In our relations with other countries, and they are very effective at trying to get in there. And if we won't sell somebody anything, China probably will line right up to do that. So,
as you know very well, diplomacy, intelligence, military, and economy. That is always combined. So according to the Japanese National Defense and Military and Security Strategy that issued on last December, that is the economic security was emphasized. So we have to really recognize that importance of this, that is strongly connected. But China is our neighbor country, and we have a huge trading relations. So the cut down is not good choice. So how do we maintain such kind of relation? But we have to protect our key issues, such as the semiconductors or energy or so. So anyway, such kind of economic security might be more important, I think.
Thank you so much to our panelists. We have a 10-minute break now, so if we could thank our panelists, please. Please be seated by 10:45 for our second panel on economic relations. That was great. Thank you, guys. That was excellent. Great. I know. We could have gone longer. A lot longer. These are... That was excellent. Thank you.
All right, Chris, I hope that scratched you.
That was excellent. Excellent.
Check, check, one, two, 1, 2, check, check.
Surely.
That one, for sure. That
This one, yeah. Yeah, check, check, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Okay, thank you, everybody. If you could please take your seats, we appreciate that. We're going to go ahead and start the second panel on U.S.-Japan economic relations. Okay, if everyone could have their seats, I think we're good. We've got a few more people coming in, but we'll go ahead and start. So I'm going to turn over the mic to Akimoto-san to moderate this panel.
Great. What a first panel we had. I was delighted to hear the conversation in the first panel. And it's unlike Japanese, but I'd like to self-congratulate organizers and also panelists. So thank you very much. And also, I realized that when you have an excellent lineup of speakers, role of a moderator is very easy because all I have to do is please speak, and everything goes well. But just very quickly, second session is about economy. And there are many angles, cooperation between Japan and the United States, but at the same time, competition, international geostrategic aspect, what are you going to do with China? You know, China is not like Soviet Union in a sense that, it's a major challenger, but at the same time, United States, Japan, we all have significant business with China. So what are you going to do with that? So there are many angles to it, and I have three excellent speakers today. It's impossible to tackle all those complicated issues in an hour, but we'll do our best. And very quickly, we have Mr. Takuji Tanaka. He's a corporate staff senior advisor for Mitsubishi Corporation. He was executive director for the IMF for Japan. I've known him from his Washington days, and he is perhaps this is a politically incorrect word to use these days, but he has a unique view on both the Japanese economy as well as international economy and finance system. So I'm looking forward to hearing Mr. Tanaka about the global level of things. We also have David Bowling. He is the director, Japan and Asia Trade at the Eurasia Group. He was formerly Deputy Assistant USTR for Japan, and he has spent significant amount of time in Japan as well as between Japan and the United States. And I would I have asked David to follow Mr. Tanaka the presentation about global economy with regard to trade and investment between Japan and the United States, as well as a global trade regime, which seems to be not in good shape at this particular time, and also important strategic trade arrangement, CPTPP and IPEF, so on and so forth. And we have Masami Tyson. She is a partner at the Wombo Bond and Dickinson. And she was she is formerly of Global Director of FDI and Trade at Tennessee Department of Economic and County Development. And following Mr. Tanaka and Mr. Bowling, I would like Ms. Tyson to talk about the local level, what's happening from the viewpoint of Tennessee, but she is a very international person, and of course, you can talk about anything you want. And we have The beauty of this type of thing is on having lively discussion, but at the same time, I think it's important to have an organized, well-structured presentation to set the stage. So we're going to start with Mr. Tanaka. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Akimoto. Good morning, everybody. I'd like to appreciate University of Tennessee's Howard Baker Center and the Sasakawa Foundation, Peace Foundation USA, led by Dr. Akimoto, for having me at this very precious opportunity. Thank you very much. I have a deep respect for the security talk this morning. Now, as a second part, we try to integrate economic issues from global to bilateral issues between US and Japan in a holistic way. The relationship between US and Japan has been unprecedentedly close and multi-layered. For the past 3 years, as an executive director for representing Japan at the IMF, the second largest contributor to IMF after the United States, I have worked closely with the United States government for the better management of the IMF. I would touch upon the global economic picture first, and then focus on Japanese economic policies, namely monetary policy and the new cycle of growth. According to the latest IMF World Economic Outlook update, the global growth will fall to 2.9% this year, but rise to 3.1% next year. This year's forecast 2.9% is below the historical average of 3.8%. Global inflation is expected to fall from 8.8% last year to 6.6% this year and 4.3% next year, still above the pre-pandemic level. In one word, IMF named this situation inflation peaking amid low growth. In other words, although we have less gloomy world economy with moderate optimism, there are still risks. So if so, what are the downside risks? For me, there are 5 points to be mentioned. Firstly, the escalation of the war in Ukraine remains a major source of vulnerability, especially for Europe and low-income countries. Europe has enough gas in storage to avoid gas shortages this winter, but higher food and fuel prices could increase social unrest. Secondly, if oil, gas, and food prices rise more than expected as a result of the war in Ukraine and China's accelerating growth recovery, headline inflation could rise again and be passed on to the underlying inflation. Furthermore, continued tightness in labor market could lead to stronger than expected wage growth. Thirdly, with regards to the debt problem, combined with lower growth and higher borrowing costs, it is estimated that about 15% of low-income countries are experiencing debt sustainability problems. Another 45% are at the high risk of debt sustainability. Fourthly, there is a concern of rapid repricing of financial markets. Premature easing of the financial environment could complicate inflationary control policies and require additional monetary tightening later, leading to rapid repricing of assets and potentially increasing financial market volatility. The last but not least, the geopolitical fragmentation. The geopolitical tensions, such as those associated with the United States-China trade conflict and the Ukraine war-related international sanctions, may divide the global economy into fragmented blocks. The cost of fragmentation will be particularly high in terms of the size of trade, capital, labor, and international payments. It is essential to recognize we are living under the transformational era facing with these challenges. We need to overcome these risks through accurate analysis and collaborative approach among countries. Recognizing this, I'd like to move on to the Japanese economic challenges. As you are fully aware, Japan has been struggling since the collapse of the bubble economy in 1990s to tackle the perception that it has a hopelessly stagnant economy, burdened by public debt, and stepping down the past innovation and technological leadership status, prevented from successful reform by demographic society, and replaced by growing China. However, some of those perceptions have shifted in recent decade. Japan has not only managed the public debt in a good manner, but also central bank pioneered the use of monetary easing policy. Economic growth is not spectacular, but per capita growth is equivalent to other advanced economies under the demographic change. Unemployment rate and income inequality in Japan is among the least in the advanced world, although inequality is gradually widening. Above all, this year, Japan is projected to grow at 1.8%, which is the highest growth rate among G7 countries. Bank of Japan Governor Ueda will be born in April. Existing Bank of Japan Governor Mr. Kuroda has done a very excellent job so far. During his tenure, 10 years, GDP has increased by 10%, unemployment rate has dropped from 4% to 2.5%, and corporate profits have doubled. But in the near term, I have to admit there is very significant uncertainty regarding the inflationary outlook in Japan, with both upside and downside risks. Without substantial acceleration in wage growth, Japan's inflation is expected to fall back below the 2% inflation target by the end of 2024 due to the weakening outside shock, like the rise in energy prices. Hence, an overall accommodative monetary policy stance remains appropriate. Mr. Ueda, new expected governor, largely would take a path similar to Federal Reserve chairs Mr. Bernanke, Ms. Yellen, and Mr. Powell in their first stage careers by emphasizing continuity and gradualism. I think in this way, he is unlikely to tighten policy in any meaningful way anytime soon. Nonetheless, upside risks to inflation are more prominent under the current situations of a narrowing output gap. To better manage upside risk of inflation, more flexibility in longer-term yields should be considered. Namely, yield curve control, YCC, should be reviewed sooner or later. If inflation pressures would appear more in line with sustained increase in nominal wage growth and economic recovery, such flexibility should automatically lead to a rise in long-term rates. At the same time, it would also make monetary policy nimble in case further easing is warranted. Under current policies, the public debt to GDP ratio will increase steadily in the medium and long term. Against this backdrop, interest rates might increase suddenly and sovereign debt stress could emerge. That is why fiscal consolidation is warranted, which should be underpinned by a credible fiscal framework to build fiscal buffers. Next, I would like to turn to new form of capitalism advocated by Prime Minister Kishida to achieve the virtuous cycle of income and growth, which should focus on three dimensions. labor supply, wage growth, and productivity. First, policies should continue to widen labor supply channels through promoting female and senior labor supply. It is essential to advance the work style reforms, including through flexible work arrangements. Secondly, to achieve a sustainable recovery in consumption, it is essential to increase income by creating an environment for structural wage increase. Thirdly, the last but not least, to raise productivity is important. Strengthening the workforce in STEM area, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics fields could enhance innovation, facilitate digitalization, and raise labor productivity. These three pillars would create new virtuous cycle of income and growth. All in all, what I would like to say is that there are good signs and further much room for Japan to contribute to the global economy. I'd like to stop here. Thank you very much, Dr.
Thank you very much. I just want to ask a very quick question to Mr. Tanaka, and I would appreciate if you could answer very quickly for the economy of time. And this is a question about the future of Japanese economy. You described very well about the current situation, but are you optimistic or not so optimistic about Japanese economy in the future, considering structural changes in advanced economy from manufacturing to technology? What about the diversity of women's issue you touched upon, and decreasing, obviously, number of population in Japan? Are you optimistic or are you not so optimistic?
Well, thank you very much for
very quickly.
Yeah, very critical question, and I'm very much optimistic about that. If we overcome these challenges I mentioned, so of course there are not so easy tasks because under the demographic change and the structure change might be hard. Of course, we face with very difficult situations. But as I said, there are much room to be improved. So we have to grasp this chance to be improved. So.
Thank you very much. With that optimistic note, we're going to shift to David.
I hope to be optimistic too. But well, thank you to the Sasakawa Peace Foundation. Thank you to the Baker Center for putting this on. One thing I would like to note about Dr. Akimoto, he mentioned Tennessee football in his opening remarks. And Dr. Akimoto is an expert on American football. If you have any questions about American football, this is the guy. Okay. I still remember when I had my first conversation with him, we had a discussion about the 1978 Orange Bowl and the running back who set the record.
We are old.
So he's the man. So today I'd like to touch on three themes that deal with U.S.-Japan trade relations. The first theme is, if you look at the arc of U.S.-Japan trade relations, it's really gone from adversarial to what I call allies. So I started off my career with Japan in 1988 on the JET program, where I taught English there. And if there are any of you students who are interested, and there's a JET alum back there, if there are any of you students who are interested in learning more about Japan, I really urge you to think about the JET program. It changed my life. You go there and teach English. It's just a terrific program. But that's when I started, and that was in the late 80s, and there was a lot of anxiety in the United States about Japan. The trade tensions were high. They were over things like semiconductors. We still have trade tensions over that, mainly with China now. But supercomputers, automobiles, you name it, we were fighting with the Japanese about trade issues. I think a turning point occurred during the Clinton administration, when the Clinton administration briefly applied tariffs on Japanese auto imports. And I think this was a wake-up call for Japan to say, hey, we need to start moving our production outside of Japan and getting more into the United States to produce things there so we can avoid this threat of tariffs on our exports to the United States. And so that was a big change. And what that did is it gave Japan more of a role in our democratic process. Japanese companies employing Americans in many congressional districts and in many states, became a stakeholder in the democratic process and could go to their senators and congressmen and talk about trade. And I think that had a big effect on how the United States started to look at Japan, looked at it as more as a domestic stakeholder. So that was a big change. The other, of course, is the rise of China. And I think if you talk to Japanese companies, if you talk to American companies, the problems that we face in China are the same. We're looking at China through the same lens, as I say. Theft of intellectual property, forced technology transfer, heavy subsidization of semiconductors, electric vehicles, all that has brought the United States and Japan together, and we realize we need to lock arms and deal with this threat. And so that has made us much more close to being allies in trade than adversaries. And it's not to say we don't have disagreements. I've negotiated with the Japanese. They're very tough, even now, because trade ultimately is about money, and people get very jumpy about money. But all in all, the arc has really changed from adversarial to allies. So that's theme number one. Theme number two is the evolution of trade in Japan as an issue. Japan used to be extremely passive on trade. It was very defensive on trade. And it's really moved to being much more proactive and much more offensive on trade. I think Japan got very used in the 1980s and 1990s, at least this is my perspective, to saying no to the United States. The United States had so many demands on Japan when it came to trade, particularly in agriculture, because the United States is very good at exporting agriculture. But we had fights over beef, apples, pork, wheat, rice. Again, you name it, the agricultural product, we were fighting over it. Even Japan's first trade agreements, when it sort of tiptoed into the region of let's have trade agreements with other countries, it was with Switzerland or it was with Singapore. And that was by calculation because those countries don't export agriculture products to Japan. The agriculture and the farming lobby in Japan just had tremendous influence over Japanese trade policy. And the person who really changed that, I think, is former Prime Minister Abe, when he started to take on the agriculture union and started to realize that this is more of a cost than a benefit to Japan. And so you had Japan move forward with the Trans-Pacific Partnership, the TPP, 12 countries in the Asia-Pacific region, including the United States at first. I'll talk about that. Yep. But it's not only been the TPP, it's the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership with a bunch of Southeast Asian countries, as well as China and Korea, which is really interesting. There's no way Japan right now could do a bilateral trade agreement with Korea. It would be politically too difficult. There's no way Japan right now could do a bilateral trade agreement with China. Way too politically difficult. But the RCEP includes South Korea and China. And so in essence, Japan has signed up to a free trade agreement with those two countries. It's a lower standard one, but nevertheless, it's a trade agreement. It's an important one. Japan also did a deal with the European Union, another big trade agreement. And back to TPP, United States pulled out of TPP, and it was Japan that kept the band together and moved forward with the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement on TPP, or CPTPP. That was really Japan's leadership. So what you've seen is Japan go from being this reactive, unenthusiastic country when it came to trade to becoming much more proactive and offensive on trade. So that's theme number two. My last theme, number three, is the evolution of trade in the United States. My view is the United States has gone from being what I'd call the trade cheerleader out there to much more of a trade skeptic. Trade votes on Capitol Hill have always been exceptionally difficult. And the way you used to do it was you had the free trade Republican caucus that would normally, most of their members would support a trade agreement. And then you had some moderate Democrats who would support it. And that was the coalition you'd put together to get a trade agreement through, like NAFTA or like the Korea-U.S. Free Trade Agreement. And then you had the progressive Democrats and the labor unions who were basically opposed to trade agreements. What you saw with President Trump is this whole thing got scrambled up. And I'll say something provocative here. Donald Trump, when it comes to trade, is a Democrat. I'll say it again. He's a Democrat. If you look at the arguments that the progressive left was making for years about NAFTA and other trade agreements, that is, we're losing jobs to Mexico, that is, big corporations are taking advantage of workers, that's the progressive left critique of trade. And that was Donald Trump's critique of trade. And they came together. And so now we have really scrambled trade politics in the United States, where you still have the Democrats and the progressive left, which is skeptical of trade agreements. You now have a different Republican Party, and you're not hearing a lot of people talk about free trade that the Republican Party used to talk about. I Googled over the weekend the phrase free trade. You should do it. It peaked in 1990, 92, and it's been going down pretty much since then. So it's pretty remarkable where we are when it comes to trade in the United States. And that's left us, in my view, in a position of what I call trade paralysis, trade skepticism. There's just not a whole lot of enthusiasm right now to do much on trade. And the pulling out of the Trans-Pacific Partnership was a big part of that. You're not going to see the United States return to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. I know Japan wants us to, without it being renegotiated. The TPP brand is just not really good right now in the United States. But this is the reality of where we are. I'll end on this. The Indo-Pacific Economic Framework is the trade agreement that we've proposed, the Biden administration has proposed. I think it's the best that we can do in the region right now, given the political realities in the United States. But that's the third point. That is that we've gone from being really trade cheerleader to much more of a trade skeptic in the United States. It's leading to all this discussion about nearshoring, friendshoring. A lot of it's in reaction to China. But those are the main three themes that I see that are animating the debate right now and where we are with U.S.-Japan trade relations.
Thank you very much. Japanese being polite, I will leave the discussion about the former President Trump to my American friends. But suffice to say that it is very important from the viewpoint of your international allies that despite the sharp division within the United States maintains stable, sustainable, middle-of-the-road type of policies that are not violently swing from this side and that side whenever you have a political change. So I just wanted to mention that. Secondly, David, thank you very much for mentioning CPTPP. Prime Minister Abe, of course, was a driver behind it to bring the complicated negotiation to the consummation and launch that. However, Prime Minister Abe is not regarded as an economic focused prime minister. He was a national security focused prime minister. And for American friends, I believe that it is a Japanese way of telling American friends that in order to have a position, a legitimate voice in affairs of Indo-Pacific, you have to have institutionalized a position. And TPP will give you an institutionalized position to have a say as a legitimate member of the Indo-Pacific community. President Obama, President Bush, all the other presidents said that we are a Pacific country. But whether Asian friends will see you as a Pacific country, it's a different issue, and there are a lot to think about. I have a quick question, easy question, and looking for a quick, easy answer from David. This is a question about the relationship between U.S. politics and the U.S. business. At the highest level, when we talk about strategic issues, just like our first panel, particularly on the national security, United States and Japan are close allies. Our strategies are merging, right? Converging. But on the business side, I would say that there's still a certain level of skepticism on the side of Japan. That United States is talking about the importance of national security. China is a big challenger. We have to protect Taiwan and so on and so forth. However, American business is still doing business in China, and this is a free country. And Americans are asking Japanese to be the real partner, real ally, while American business is doing great in China, and the Japanese are sort of encouraged to reduce their business in China. What's the policy debate or discussion between Washington and business in the United States? Easy answer.
Not so easy answer. Well, U.S. business has a lot of influence over trade policy. When I was working at USTR, we frequently met with business. They helped to define the issues that we need to be focusing on. Trade is a highly politicized issue in the United States. It's politicized because the USTR is in the White House making trade policy. White House is a political place. Congress has jurisdiction over trade. Congress is a very politicized place. So there's a lot of attention to what the business community is saying. What I'll just say briefly on Japan is, we all recognize, at least I recognize, that Japan's in a difficult position when it comes to China, right? Because Japan, its number one trading partner is China. It's not the United States. And so they have to thread this needle right now of keeping a good, balanced, Kishida talks about stable and constructive relationship with China on the economy while dealing with all these defense issues that we heard about this morning. And so that's the real challenge I see for Japan right now is threading that needle.
Thank you very much. May I just one very quick thing about what David mentioned, which is totally correct. And I was a former businessman, and which is changing atmosphere between Japan and the United States with regard to trade. I was fortunate enough to and old enough to know Senator Baker, as I said, but I was also old enough to work very closely with the late Senator Inoue. But my seniors in Japanese business, when I tried to introduce Senator Inoue to them, they said, "Why do we have to meet him? He is a Japan basher." So when there's a trade war between Japan and the United States, Senator Inoue was bashing Japan, saying that Japan's unfair, Japanese market is tilted, and so on and so forth. But toward the end of his political career, he has become very friendly. Not just because that he's Japanese American, he is Japanese American all the way, right? But I think it's a reflection of a changing political and institutional culture between Japan and the United States. Okay, we're gonna go to a local level discussion, which is the most important, perhaps, for the audience today. And we have a great speaker, Masami. So Masami, floor is yours.
Thank you, and thank you to the Baker Center for this event, for this such an important topic here, and also thank you to Sasakawa Peace Foundation for inviting me. It's an honor to be here. As you have said, and you had the foresight to put me last, I think we have heard the macro view of things, and now we're going to talk on the local level for just a few minutes. But I don't want to say micro because we're talking about 7 million people here in our state of Tennessee. And as you introduced me, I was the former director for foreign direct investment and trade for this state. And what that meant was that I oversaw the recruitment and support of foreign companies that come into Tennessee and make investments here. I am currently back to practicing law. I've been doing that for 20-some years. But I've always been in the U.S.-Japan space, and for that reason, too, I'm personally just very excited to be here. I'm a first-generation Japanese-American, and the fact that the Tennessee and Japan have this very special bond through economic development is a compelling one and a very important topic for me. So what I want to do is I just want to take you through just a couple slides or 4 or 5, and I'm going to tell you a little more about them as we look at this. So I just want to give you the context of how the background of Japanese investment in our state. And many people are surprised to know that we have a lot of foreign direct investment in our state. So this is the statistics for all the foreign companies that have operations here in Tennessee. So it is well over 1,000 foreign-owned establishments here. And translating that into jobs, that's well over 156,000 jobs for Tennesseans. and a combined total of $40 billion plus investment by foreign companies. And the last bit of statistics here, 78% of Tennessee counties, there's 95 of them, have foreign-owned establishment. And I find this particular piece of information to be compelling because, as you all know, Tennessee has some great cities, big cities like Knoxville, Nashville, Memphis, etc. But all the surrounding counties are quite rural. And if you think about these rural communities that really don't have many employers or jobs, and you imagine a global company deciding to locate there and creating jobs for Tennesseans, that is a life changer for the people in the community, not just the employees, but if you think about all the people that go around to supporting that operation, as well as the people in the state, as well as the communities that support that operation. And I just want to give a shout out to Caleb over there, my friend and former colleague. He now works for the Knoxville Chamber, and I'm not just saying this because he's in the room, but I do want to say that it is people like him that really make a difference when it comes to recruiting these companies and supporting them. And we talked about Senator Baker's people things, and I would say that factor number one is people things, and that is everybody, including EDOs, even people who work for the state, as well as the community and the employees that work for these companies, as well as, of course, the Japanese companies that make the decisions to come here. Speaking of Senator Baker, I think, Dr. Akimoto, I might be even older than you because I actually interacted with Senator Baker before he was a senator or ambassador when he was an attorney in Nashville. So he worked down the street from me, and I had an occasion to speak with him back then. But anyway, so that's the backdrop. So let's look at Japanese statistics, okay? I love this slide, and for those of you who don't know, you're in for a great surprise. So there are over 200 Japanese-based establishments in Tennessee. So that's 1/5 of all the foreign investments here in our state. And in terms of jobs, that's 53,000 jobs plus. So again, 1/3 of the jobs created by foreign companies in our state are by Japanese companies. And I forgot to mention that for the total number of jobs, 150,000 plus by foreign companies, I wanted to mention that that's 1 out of every 3 jobs created in this state are by foreign companies. So that's a big deal, right? And then 1/3 of those are by Japanese companies. So we talked about, I think, Mr. Tanaka, you said that there's plenty of room for Japanese companies to do more in the world economy. Well, ladies and gentlemen, here in Tennessee, Japanese companies are making a huge difference already. Now, of course, they can do more, so I think the state would, and Caleb would love to see more coming in, but that's very, very significant. And then finally, in terms of investment dollars, that's $20 billion. So remember, the total, I don't like to do that. The total amount by all foreign investments is 40. So half of the CapEx, the investment dollars in our state, are by Japanese companies. All right, so here's just a little table of our major Japanese-based employers. I apologize for the small font, but it's the usual suspects. Nissan North America and Denso here in East Tennessee is an amazing contributor, and I can tell story after story about how much they have contributed to this community, not just in terms of jobs and dollar amount, but in terms of contributing to the people of East Tennessee. And then Bridgestone, of course. And I just wanted to point out, all Tennesseans know this, the 2 main sports arenas are named after 2 of our largest Japanese investors, so Nissan Stadium and Bridgestone Arena. So household names here. I just wanted to go ahead and mention this. My former role, I was also the trade director, so this is no surprise, I guess, by now to anyone in this room, but Tennessee exports to Japan totaled $2 billion, so that means it is the fifth country in terms of our trading partner, export-wise. And then for importing, so bringing Japanese-made products into Tennessee, so you notice that it was 2 billion exports and then 9 billion imports. So Japan's actually doing better, if you want to think of it that way. But in any event, the fourth largest exporting nation of products to Tennessee. So both on the FDI front and trade, it is just, I cannot emphasize more how much Japan has done for this state. Tennessee would not be what it is today without Japanese investment. And then I just wanted to mention, I think, advanced manufacturing automotive is famous. We are known for those industries. There are, I think it's 950 automotive-related companies in our state, and of those, many are foreign, and of those, many are Japanese. The OEMs that are here include Nissan, which has its North American headquarters, as well as two automotive plants, manufacturing plants. And then Mitsubishi Motors also has its headquarters here in Franklin, Tennessee, that is south of Nashville, and that moved here from California in 2019. Well, I'll just leave it there with the slides, but I also wanted to mention, in addition to these numbers that you just saw, which I think we all agree are quite compelling, I want to go back to the people things factor, because as an economic developer, we talked about numbers and we talked about incentives and jobs, and all those things are important. But I mentioned Denso already about how much they've contributed to the community of Maryville. Did I pronounce that correctly? Maryville. But, it's all these Japanese companies, small to big. And I want to tell you the story, actually, of the first FDI company, which is a Japanese one. And does anyone know what that company might be in Tennessee? The first Japanese company. Well, I was hoping someone would say Nissan, because that seems to be the obvious answer, but it's not. It is Toshiba. And my fellow panelists have already talked about the trade war back in the 70s and 80s. So there was that very ugly trade war between the U.S. and Japan. And remember, I'm old enough to remember watching on TV, growing up in Japan, U.S. senators and congressmen taking a sledgehammer and destroying Toyota cars, as well as appliances. So this was back when, so it was President Carter and then Prime Minister Fukuda, Takeo Fukuda. And essentially, the story goes like this. So, the U.S. said to Japan, if you want to sell Japanese color TVs, which were extremely popular here because high quality and quite inexpensive, you're going to have to manufacture them here. So, of course, then the Japanese government leaned on probably an organization like Keidanren and then said, tell your companies that they have to then manufacture them in the United States if they want to sell them there. So Toshiba was no exception. And Toshiba already had a plant in California. And those of us who grew up in Japan know that when we think about the United States, it's California and Hawaii and New York. So, and of course, the proximity to Japan, it made sense that they would have a manufacturing facility in California already. And the story goes that they pretty much already at that point decided that they would put a second plant there to accommodate that request by the U.S. government to manufacture the TVs. But again, the very Japanese, well, any large corporation would do this. They were tasked with going and looking at other states and looking at sites so that they could then come back and report to their shareholders that they did their homework, and then they decide on California. So that it was pretty much decided, but they had to go through the motions. So I had the privilege of talking to the person who was on that project team back then. The gentleman has since retired. His name is Tetsuo Kadoya. And I'm actually on a personal mission to have him come to Tennessee and tell this story one more time in his own words. But he was in his 20s. And he was one of, 7 or 8 people on this project team. And he tells me that they kind of looked at the map of the United States and they said, well, it's going to be California anyway. So let's just go to some states that Japanese people usually don't have a chance to go to. So naturally, they came to the southeastern part of the United States to include Tennessee. So the governor of Tennessee at the time was Blanton, Ray Blanton. And, at the time, so this is in the late 70s, this was a purely agricultural state, right? So no other industries, pretty much. And the precursor to economic development department of the state of Tennessee got together and said, this is our opportunity. We're going to have to really get our act together and do our best to recruit this global company. So again, Kadoya-san told me the story of, going through went to California, went to some other states. They flew into the Nashville airport. And this is way back when, remember, you get off a plane and there's the stairs that come to the airplane so you can get off the plane. And while they're waiting, they're looking out the airplane windows. And they see this red carpet. And they're looking around thinking, oh, there must be a very important person on this flight. Well, that whole thing was for the Toshiba delegation. And the lieutenant governor at the time greeted them and said, we are so sorry the governor could not make it today to greet you, but we have prepared a reception for you, for the group. So they go to the airport building and there's a reception, and then they say, would you be able to come to the governor's residence tonight for a welcome dinner? So they do that. And then the next day they get on a helicopter and go look at sites. The next day they get on a plane and look at sites. We're a big state. And the governor says to them, again at his residence on the 3rd night or 4th night, another dinner. And he says, please look at our state. You saw our state. Again, we just have agriculture. But if a global company like Toshiba came here, that would be a game changer. And all other global companies will follow. So he had the foresight to really know that, because that's exactly what's happened. And so, I'm sorry, I'm taking up too much time here, but so the delegation goes back. They are told to write up a report to say California is the top choice. However, my friend Kadoya-san rebelled, and he actually had a conversation with the president and CEO at the time of Toshiba, who listened to him, this 28-year-old guy. And he said, you know what? We lost the war against the United States. There's probably still people who don't think that highly of Japan. We should go to the state that really wants us to be there. So they had to go back and rewrite the report and then present it to their shareholders. And that is the Toshiba story. So sadly, the Toshiba plant closed about a decade or so later because, things change, times change. But there is in Laverne, Tennessee, a Toshiba Drive still there. So that's my story.
Thank you very much. I know all the speakers today very well, and I'm honored to call them my friends, and hope that they also consider me as a friend. But I've never met Masami, and we had a long conversation prior to this conference, and I said, "This is great. She's going to be a great speaker." but I didn't realize that we have a very close mutual friends in Tetsuo Kadoya.
Oh.
And this is an interesting story. So if I may, talk about Toshiba and his story a little bit from the view of, from an angle of how far they have come from a very Japanese company to American company, and also their activities in Washington. Mr. Kadoya actually ended up working in Washington representing Toshiba for 17 years. And he served as chairman of Japan Chamber of Commerce in Washington, and I was his deputy. We worked very closely. And his story about Toshiba, he was a plant manager in Texas, Dallas, how they ended up opening up a plant in Tennessee, but as well as opening up Washington office. Literally, I endure this actually. I would use the word endure, but once he starts talking about it, it takes 11 hours. So because it's a long, complicated story. So I said, I gotta listen to him. Well, otherwise I cannot endure 11 hours. But it's a totally fascinating story. So how far he and Toshiba comes as an American corporation, American corporate citizen. Kadoya, very domestic guy, factory guy, had no idea about the foreign countries and so on and so forth. And he was sent to Dallas as a plant manager. And one day his assistant, convey a message from a real estate developer in Dallas named Roger Staubach. And he said, Roger who? Never heard of the guy. Why do I have to talk to the land developer? Because we have already planned, And so he declined the offer to have lunch with Roger Staubach. So starting next day, he was immediately very popular and famous, not popular, but very famous at the plant. Now, he's a Japanese guy who declined the lunch from lunch offer from Roger Staubach. And to his day in Washington, he had no idea who Roger Staubach was, but he actually...
I want to tell who Roger Staubach is for the younger people.
Anyway, he was a Dallas Cowboys quarterback. Sorry, he was not playing for Houston or Tennessee, but anyway. The genesis of the story is very interesting because it's national security issues and trade issue. What happened was that Toshiba's subsidiary called the Toshiba Machinery exported this high-precision machinery to former Soviet Union in violation of COCOM. And that would help Russians reduce the noise of screws of submarines. And that's how United States lawmakers got very mad. And Kadoya Tetsuo was a plant manager in Dallas, and the employees came to him actually and said that we like to protect this job, our jobs. And Kadoya-san had no idea about American politics, American society. So I said, what are we going to do? We just got a small plant in Dallas. And employees said, we're going to write letters to our congressmen and the senators. And he said, writing letters to, with all due respect to Japanese politicians, not going to do anything, but they insist that we should do it, So one day they decided to have a barbecue picnic and write letters, handwritten letters. And according to him, close to 500 people show up, not just employees, but the families and so on and so forth. But he was still very hesitant because, as Masami said, politics at the headquarters in Tokyo was such that he thought if he allow employees to send those letters without permission of Tokyo headquarters, his position will be in danger. And there comes his wife, Japanese, very fiery woman. I've known her for a long time. And she said, I was very disappointed at you. I was also very disappointed at me, marrying a man like you. Which is more important, livelihood of all the employees who work for you or your personal position. And so Kadoya-san allowed them to send boxes and boxes of letters to congressmen and senators. And one of them actually came visit him. And, his English was not, this is recorded, right? So he's not totally fluent, but he tried to explain the position. And he actually couldn't do it very well, so he bursted into tears. And the lawmaker said that, are you crying? Are you crying for the company? Most Americans don't cry for your company. And that's when he took the issue seriously about Toshiba and protecting employees' livelihood and so on and so forth. So make a long story short, the advice that he got from lawmakers in Dallas area was that establish offices, business establishment in every single state. Because meeting lawmakers in Washington is different from meeting lawmakers in local, locations. So Toshiba actually ended up opening 48 operations in 48 states out of 50 states. And I don't name the two states, but he said that he worked very hard, but he couldn't really find the reason why, he could open up 2 offices in those 2 states. But Toshiba, is just a shame what happened to the company. And but I've been encouraging, I have encouraged Kadoya-san to write a book about how Toshiba encountered these political difficulties in international strategic competition and ended up opening up the offices and so on and so forth. And he hasn't done it yet, but I think he knew too much, but I hope he would do it. Sorry that I deviated, but it's a very important story, so I just wanted to share that with you. Quick question, one quick question, and a quick easy question, and a quick easy answer. I think this is where University of Tennessee might comes in, and Marianne or Krista may want to chime in, but there's a competition, right, among particularly southern southwest states to invite Japanese companies to come make an investment, and it's great that what's happening in Tennessee, but what about Georgia, what about Alabama? Saying similar things happening, right? But one of the things that the Japanese companies are looking for is, in addition to some of the things that you mentioned, is well-trained, educated workers. And how do you see workforce potential in Tennessee? And what did you do at when you were at the development office? And also whether University of Tennessee is having that view to train next generation of Tennessean to be a factor of economic growth of the state.
Yeah. No, that's a great question. And, workforce issues is a very, very important one for all companies. And especially now with the unemployment rate being so low, this is a problem no matter where companies are looking at sites. But, I want to mention my friend Dr. Horiguchi here, and she and I used to talk about, how UT and the state could collaborate in terms of, sort of showcasing the Japanese students or students who take Japanese under her leadership, for example. And, we brainstormed a lot, and then of course I left the position. I'm so sorry. We'll talk about that more. But I think there's things like that the state definitely tries to think about, collaborating with communities. And in fact, there's a wonderful system here called the Tennessee College of Applied Technology. And I believe there's about 30-some institutions throughout the state where they really train people, students, in many ways. But one notable way is they customize their classes to fit the needs of companies that exist in that area. And that conversation actually happened even as we were recruiting companies. So before companies decided that they would choose Tennessee over other states. And I know that other states do things like that, but so this is not directly answering your question, but I do want to come back to the people things thing. I really feel that every company I talked to during my 4 years in that role said one of the biggest reasons we came here is because of the people. And that's everybody from people in the community to the people who were doing the actual recruiting, people who were in the chambers in the local communities. And so I I know that's not exactly the answer you were looking for, but I think, and then I did also prepare this one slide about what the state does to recruit companies. And some of this is after companies land here too. So workforce development, as you can see, is one of the main issues that we tackled. But if Krista or maybe Dr.
May I
Horiguchi
just
can-
very quickly,
Yeah.
we have a representative from a plastic molding company, Takahata. You have a difficulty recruiting employees, or since you show up, I'll give you an opportunity to do a little bit of PR.
We're actually from Scott County area, Huntsville, Senator Baker's hometown. So talking about the people things and the people and the relationships with between Japan and Tennessee, we were 2002 is when we became incorporated there in Scott County, and Senator Baker just happened to be the ambassador to Japan. So that relationship, I'm sure, had a big influence on where our factory is located. It's about 5 miles from his house. So I think if they could have hooked it to his house, they probably would have, but they didn't. So anyway, the relationship there very strong. Back to the Tennessee College of Applied Technology. They put a molding machine in their facility to train workforce for what the needs that we have there. So there's a lot of communication, a lot of relationship building there also. So we're very thankful for Japan and what they've done for our community. So
Thank you very much.
Thank
I
you.
don't get any commission from Takahata. Miriam.
I'll be very brief, but I just wanted to add in that I think there's a sentiment in the state that what you're describing is the TCAT relationship, the kind of training for the jobs that don't require a college degree, that we've been quite good at doing that. We've been less successful at building the college-educated workforce to serve some of these industries. And so there's a big effort underway right now between a collaborative of universities, including Vanderbilt, to build the state's capacity to do the kind of R&D side of automotive manufacturing in particular, which doesn't tend to get done in the state, and it's done elsewhere, and then we do the manufacturing. And so trying to build our capacity to do more parts of that value chain is one of the top 3 priorities for this campus right now. So I just wanted to highlight that. And then am I allowed to start asking questions? Is that
Sure.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay. So I was a little bit surprised to hear some skepticism on the stage about the trading relationship, because it seems to me that both a nearshoring and a friendshoring strategy should advantage Japan in the short run. And so I'd love to hear some commentary on that from the panelists.
I'll start with David.
Yeah, so you're right. Japan is an ally, as I said, and the United States wants to do more business with Japan. And when it comes to reacting to China and a country where we want to do more business, it is Japan, right? And Japan itself is standing up with TSMC, this huge semiconductor facility in Japan. So Japan is certainly an ally. And so in that sense, yes, the relationship is good. But what I'm getting at is like a more ambitious trade agenda from the Biden administration to go out and do trade agreements. There's no appetite in Washington, D.C., in the Biden administration or in Congress to go out and do that. And you don't have trade promotion authority from Congress to do that. So in my view, we're more inward looking right now, and a lot of this is to do with China. We're looking at other allies to lock arms with on trade. But when it comes to really projecting an ambitious trade agenda, we're treading water right now. And, IPEF is the best we can do right now. So that's what I'm getting at.
Masami or Takuji, you want to add?
Well, are you going to talk?
No,
about
please.
Okay. Sorry, I wanted to add from the FDI perspective, it's very similar in the sense that, of course, so U.S. and Japan are each other's biggest FDI investors. So that's great news. But when it comes to, even things like MOUs or more of what's the word I'm looking for? Proactive approach to all that. I mean, how much do we hear about this kind of thing? Just like every day, not very much. And so on the state level, for example, and I can say this now because I'm no longer a state official, but I was a little bit frustrated that the state was not willing to engage in discussions with, for example, partners like Japan, where we already have so much FDI going back and forth, to enter into an agreement like that. Especially, from a lawyer's perspective, it's not binding. But it's that messaging and it's that approach and proactiveness that was lacking, I thought.
Tanaka-san, you want to add?
Thank you very much for your question. And I'm not expert on the trade issue, but what I want to say is from the perspective of the Trump administration, United States is getting more and more country-basis sort of approach. So in this sense, the bilateral relationship of trade agreement was made between United States and Japan coming into effect 2019, I think. And so in this sense, as far as the bilateral relationship between US and Japan is concerned, is very good. But we are a bit sorry about getting away from the TPP by United States. So in this sense, a multilateral approach has not been so aggressive by United States. But as David said, IPEF was established last year, and which is fundamentally promoted by the U.S. So we do hope that, of course, the U.S. government approach is right now recognizing and scrutinizing the country's stance each by each. But ultimately, which is related to the more multilateral sort of treaty agreement covered Asian or global basis. That's my answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If I may, I think education is very important. That national security, many people got injured and many people died, unfortunately. In business, dislocations in employment occur because it's basically shifting from less effective to a more effective industry. But the voices of this negatively affected people is really big in the United States. And, when we are talking about when I was in the private business, and I was kind of shocked when I was talking to people in Los Angeles, particularly Stevedore Union at the Los Angeles port. And they rely on international trade, and they were against TPP. So I'm sure that there are political reasons and so on and so forth, but I think education is very important, and there's a lot to expect from University of Tennessee on that front. So I also just want to mention, since you mentioned Professor Horiguchi, I think there's also an issue of higher education and the national security and the business. Prime Minister Abe famously pushed the Japanese academic institution to focus more on realistic education, more of business focus, more security focus, rather than soft issues. There are many criticism, of course, but I think Professor Horiguchi's study is about Japanese nationalism, strong military, and food and culture. And I thought it was enlightening reading, so I enjoyed that. So thank you very much. Yes, if somebody said, can I say something? I cannot say no. So.
Thank you very much. I just want to respond to what Mr. Akimoto said and Ms. Tyson said. I am chairing the Japanese program here at UT, and this is something I shared with the guests yesterday, but I just want to repeat some of the things I said. So we have more than 500 students here at UT who take Japan-related courses. So, these courses are on the topics of language, literature, cultural history, intellectual history, art, architecture, religion, politics, and so on. And, they are very eager to, work at the Japanese companies in this state. And also they are very much interested in going to Japan and studying and working and living there, right? And I also pointed out the fact that the Japanese language major is the highest paying humanities major in the United States. And there are many reasons for that. One of them is, of course, it's a very rare knowledge that is very much appreciated and highly, I guess, compensated in the United States. But also, in terms of curriculum and education we give, right, we foster deeper understandings of the differences, right, in ideas and perspectives and positions, right, in any given text or in the context, right, larger local, national, and global context. And we also foster the critical analytical thinking in identifying, right, problems and tackling them and resolving them and so on. So I had a chance to talk to some representatives from the Japanese companies yesterday, and I asked them about what they expect of their workforce and how UT can better prepare our, graduates to, become effective and productive members of these companies and so on. So, but one thing I just want to lastly share with you is that they did point out that, of course, they have to have skills in, business or management or any, their fields of specialty, but when they have knowledge in Japanese language, culture, and history, and society, and so on, they immediately are ahead of the crowd. That's what make them different from others. So I just wanted to share that with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have visited many Japanese language classes at the university around the country, and I had observation of, thanks to Horiguchi Sensei, I was able to observe a couple of classes of Japanese language at the University of Tennessee. Quality was pretty good, and that was one of the reasons that I said I like to do event with University of Tennessee and have a conference like this. And having said that, 3 years of Japanese don't get you. I may get you only so far. So conversational Japanese is not professionally good enough to work at the higher level in U.S.-Japan business relationship or a security relationship or even in private sectors. So I hope that we will be able to help a student transfer from intermediate level, beginner's level to a high level of Japanese language. And also oftentimes American student take interest in Japanese because of anime and so on and so forth. I have nothing against anime. Japanese Deputy Prime Minister is a great fan of anime, and there's many educational anime as well. But, there are a lot of challenges for us to foster more serious language as well as subject matter education, So, any other questions? Yes, sir. Sorry that I don't record your name, but you're the representative of Chamber of Commerce here.
That's right. Yeah. Thank you, Masami. Thank you for the kind words. And yeah, just echo that. Masami is a great person to work with, and she's a wealth of knowledge for Japanese business. And really, my question is kind of piggybacking on Marianne's comments about R&D. Tennessee has over 200 Japanese companies, and like she said, most of those are manufacturing. And us being Knoxville, having the flagship university located here, we graduate hundreds of students, and there isn't really a lot of opportunities for them to be retained in this market. A lot of them go to bigger markets and leave. What do you think are the barriers, or are there barriers, or are there opportunities for Japanese companies to partner with U.S. institutions like UT, Oak Ridge National Lab, Tennessee Valley Authority around technology advancement, R&D, especially around electrification and EVs?
Masami.
Yeah, so that was the big question that I was not able to solve during my 4 years with the state. I think the players are all there, the pieces are there. So I think we get all the people in a room together and really brainstorm about how that might happen. But as Dr. Akimoto said, I think expectations need to be clear as well. So, I think there's language capability is a great asset, but it has to be, at a level that is, not just conversationally fluent, but reading and writing as well, for example. But I don't know. I don't have a good answer to that. But I also think that it's also about getting the word out that institutions like UT exist. And again, I would encourage you to keep working with the state and UT to make sure it's on their radar, and how to craft that message for companies.
What percentage of investment in Tennessee by Japanese company related to auto? Is that 80%, 70%, 90%?
I think it's probably 70 to 80% right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. We started late, so I extended the session a little bit. And if I may, as I said, one of the reasons why we wanted to co-work with Marianne and Krista and hold this session was, observation of Japanese language classes. And if and when we're going to do this type of thing next, I would like to have more graduate student participation. I am very old, so I have nothing against old and experienced people. No offense, but I think, according to lifetime expectancy, I won't be very productive in the near future. And I like to invite people to have a longer period of productivity. So. Any other questions? Have we answered all the questions? Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
This has to do with employee recruitment. And you may not want to answer this question, but what's that?
May I ask who you are?
My name is Elaine Colbert. But this is about the gun deaths compared, and social issues in Japan. What is 5 gun deaths a year? I mean, very little compared to the United States. Coming to Tennessee, we're an unhealthy, pretty much state. We don't have Medicaid expansion, so you have an unhealthy workforce. Some of the other political wedge issues that have been passed recently. Do you have any issues with people being afraid to come here? Or the recruiting people knowing that you're going to get a more unhealthy workforce?
Maybe Caleb can help me answer that too. Yes, I remember being asked about political issues, including those you just mentioned. And my stance was to be honest about the statistics. So with the opioid crisis here was a big one, and we already have a problem with securing workforce, and I had companies who hired people subject to the drug test, and 2/3 of them failed. That was in a community that's far away from here. But that's a serious one. And so I think, one of the things that's very apparent through the symposium today is that, whether it's economics or defense security issues, you can't consider anything in a vacuum. So all those things you mentioned are so related to economic development. But I will tell you, one thing that was interesting was not just Japanese, but Asian countries tended to overlook those issues. Whereas the Europeans really were, first of all, much more informed and curious and interested about what was going on politically in Tennessee, and had a lot of questions and a lot to say. But I guess ultimately, though, we were able to win them over because of the things we've already discussed about. But I do hope that our state leadership is paying attention to things like that.
Thank you. Takuji, you have a Japanese family and lived and worked in Washington, D.C., where homicide number is not low. And David, you have a Japanese wife, and you understand the Japanese psyche. Anything to add to the question?
No, I thought she did a very good job of Masami of answering it. Yes, the issue of crime and the difference, gun deaths and such, is certainly something Japanese are very familiar with. I would say, at least for my wife, the main thing is she wants Japanese food. And she'd like to have an onsen, a hot springs, nearby. So if you get those two things, I think for a lot of Japanese, they're going to be very happy here.
Do you have onsen in Tennessee?
Arkansas.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed. Well, actually, as an individual, a Japanese, I found this is the first occasion for me to be here in Tennessee. And I was amazed by this rich country, flying from the airplane from Houston. Houston is a very flat country and just with farmland. But for entering into Tennessee, especially the East Tennessee here, is mountains and valley and lots of greens. It's a very rich country. And I came here, Knoxville, and found a very old town, but renewal is going on. So it's a very grand mix of the old and new. I'm very much impressed by that. But so, this is my first suitable occasion to touch the Tennessee culture. So in this sense, first of all, we have to learn the essence of the Tennessee first. And we'd like to convey the attractiveness to the Japanese people more. And there is, so far, there is no barrier at all. But fundamentally, you have to know each other from our head. This is one thing. And second thing is Japanese people, especially the young generation, is getting more and more so-called conservative. Conservative means try to stay there in domestically. So that's why we have to, it is due to some economic stagnant for a couple of decades. So in this sense, we try to, answering the first question for the optimism or pessimism type of matter, we have to open the world for the younger generation in terms of the economic recovery to move on to the more global stage, including Tennessee. That's my second point.
Thank you very much. I see Krista and Shanti is whispering to each other. When is he going to finish this? Okay. We are getting hungry. And I just wanted to thank all the speakers for taking time and share your knowledge and wisdom. And also thank particularly Takuji Tanaka-san that you came here only for 8 hours for this. So thank you very much. And also like to thank all the participants, audience, both in person and online. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, so lunch is available. If you could please be back in your seats by 12:25. So lunch is right outside here in the rotunda. Thank you. Yes, and you can bring your lunch in here to eat.
That's fun. Really interesting.
なんかソフトバンクにいらっしゃって、時々前はね、いらしてたんですけど、ワシントン。最近ありがとうございました。やりたいと思ってるんで、考えましょう。ありがとうございます。
Masami.
Yes.
That was excellent.
Oh, thank you so much, sir.
Really good.
Thank you. Now is the internet. I want to see if one, you can send me the picture or video or whatever you think of
Well, I apologize for a second. I have to leave my work.
chair on the end and take that out. Yeah, actually, we're going to.
We just need two, right?
Two, and
Yeah.
just without these, because they're going to be more personal.
Yeah. Just checking the batteries or everything. Yeah. I'll take these. Yeah. Yeah, no problem.
Hey. Is everything okay back there?
Yep.
Check.
I want to introduce myself. I'm Michael Sullivan, Senate Acting State Director. I think we were, yes, yeah, we worked on the yeah. Yes. Oh, great. Yeah. Yes. We're excited about that. We're actually arranging now a subcommittee appropriations subcommittee to oversees FAA. But it's a lot easier for us to apply pressure when needed. Yeah, I'm natural based. Yeah, so I go overseas. Yeah, I'm in all our state offices. Yeah, people connect. Yeah.
All right. You may continue eating your lunches, obviously, but we do have a keynote speaker and that we're going to have an in-depth conversation. So please welcome Ambassador Masafumi Ishii and Dr. Satohiro Akimoto. Thank you.
Well, I hope you've been enjoying the conference and also enjoying the sandwich and the company. I would like to introduce Ambassador Masafumi Ishii. You have his bio, but so I'm not going to read the whole thing, but he is a wealth of knowledge, career diplomat, and we worked together in Washington when he was at the embassy, and he has been at the center of Japanese foreign policy, having important roles. Ended up serving in Indonesia as an ambassador. And of course, Indonesia is a critically important strategic country for both United States and Japan. But he covers everything. So I thought, no, he would be the perfect speaker for this in-depth discussion. So the way it goes is I like to begin, having conversation, asking questions. Then if you have questions, comment, raise your hand anytime during the conversation, because the conversation continues. And since Ambassador Ishii has a
I thought there's going to be no questions.
No questions, but just let's have a discussion. This is not a Q&A, but a discussion, in-depth discussion. So I would like to start the discussion by asking Ambassador Ishii, what do you think of so far? We have two sessions in the framework of a big integrated security, strong relationship between Japan and the United States, but a complicated relationship between Japan and the United States, business competition, a stance against China, free trade, and so on and so forth. So what are the major takeaways for you?
Thank you, Akimoto-san. Good afternoon, everybody. It's great to be here. Well, I've been very impressed by the depths of the discussion of part one and part two. And my point is, how can you do an in-depth discussion over lunch? I don't think we will be deeper than the first two sessions. And another thing I want to mention in the outset is this is my first time in Tennessee. This is my first time in Knoxville, obviously. And I'm already enjoying the hospitality of it. Very good. I think that is a source of strength of this state. And, we went to a very nice local restaurant yesterday, and we had a big dinner. And the dinner started with a sausage made of rabbit and rattlesnake, which may be a little bit more aggressive than usual. But so all in all, it's really refreshing to know that about the close relation between this state and Japan. And after all, I think human-to-human relation is a base of our bilateral relations. And I think Howard Baker has been always right. And actually, once again, I have a privilege of meeting him a few times. When he was ambassador, I was assistant to the foreign minister, then foreign minister. So we had several meetings with between foreign minister and my foreign minister and Ambassador Baker. And also, I was covering 2008 election in Washington, Obama election. And Senator Baker taught me ways to cover the election, how to cover the election, how to predict the result of the election. His advice is, don't predict the result too early, at least. I mean, don't do it in an early stage because anything can happen within a few months. So I really enjoyed his very good advice and hospitality, and he's ready to talk to anybody. I mean, he's open to, irrespective of age, race, and whatever. I think that's his strength as well, and that means he's from Tennessee. I think Tennessee has the same kind of characteristics, open to anybody who is ready to contribute to the future of this state. So, short answer is yes. I've been loving these conversations.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask you about the U.S.-Japan Security Alliance and China later, but General Bansho had this revealing map of geopolitical security arena in Northeast Asia. But what are the major issues, major things that you're concerned with in terms of geopolitics surrounding Japan?
Well, try not to do the same thing as Bansho-san did. One step away. I think the objective of Japanese foreign policy has been, in the past 2,000 years, to coexist with China without being told what to do, by maintaining independence. Most of the time, China was stronger than Japan, bigger than Japan, more progressed than Japan. So it's been a tough issue to maintain our independence. And you cannot change neighbors, right? I mean, you can change your friends, but you cannot change neighbors. So you have to live with that. So since the end of the Second World War, what we've been doing for that purpose is to ally with the most trustworthy and the strongest partner, that is the United States, since the end of the Second World War. I think situation has been changing. I'm happy to talk about it in more details later. But at this time, I don't think we have to change the basic framework of our foreign policy. That is to have the alliance with the United States, with that in the back, smile and shake hands with the Chinese, make the best of the opportunity they present. So that will continue to be the case. But I think simply because the relative supremacy, we call it, of the United States is definitely in decline because China is catching up quite fast. So business as usual cannot be applied. We have to strengthen all the elements of the alliance relations. First, we have to become stronger ourselves. Second, we need to have a better coordination between Japan and the United States about the alliance management. Jim talked about it a lot. But third issue is these two may not be enough. So you need to recruit, bring on board more like-minded countries in the region, particularly in those in South China Sea. And they are complicated people, right? I mean, so we need to have a kind of tailor-made approach to each country. The way you talk to Indonesia is not the same as the way you talk to India. They have a different strategic background. So we are talking about the U.S. losing friends, or there are some countries who are afraid of making public the training be supplied by the United States. Actually, the situation is not that much on the ground. I think you are not losing friends. You are gaining friends, actually, mainly because of what China has been doing on the ground. A lot of pressure is coming from China in the past few years against Indonesia, against India, these two big guys who normally sit down until the other guy comes to you. I mean, I'm big enough to be told what to. I mean, we don't want to be told what to do, but simply because of those continuous kind of threats or pressure coming from the north, these two guys stood up and then start approaching to each other. So now, if you are on the ground, you see a very close relation between India and Indonesia, these two big guys. And where these two big guys move to, as some international crisis happens, decides the majority of the world, which we are witnessing in relation to Ukraine now. I'm pretty much not depressed, but disappointed by what India is doing in response to Ukraine war. We should do a better job for future, but we know the reason why they are doing that. So all in all, things are moving, making a lot of progress on the ground, and you are gaining friends. But the important thing for the United States is to understand the difference among like-minded countries. So don't apply the same approach. I mean, you need to have a tailor-made approach. And you are doing on the ground a very good job, not only military training, but also economic cooperation. So in that regard, I have many other things to talk about, but I should stop here. Because this is a conversation.
What are the strategic objective differences among major countries in Asia from the viewpoint of US-Japan security relations? India, Indonesia, you mentioned. We have also Thailand. You know, what are the strategic objective differences? And also, if you could mention this friendly countries, you know, friendly meaning perhaps sharing the basic universal political values, freedom, democracy, individual, rule of law, transparency, free market economy, and so on and so forth, right?
Okay, let me talk about my home ground, Southeast Asian countries. There are 10 countries in ASEAN to be joined by East Timor. That's going to become 11. And our policy, basic official policy, is put ASEAN on the front line and then support unity of ASEAN, work with ASEAN, they're all the best. That will continue to be our policy. But if you look inside, they're already divided. I mean, if you ask a question to them, which side do you choose, China or the United States? They always say, no, don't ask me that kind of question. But in their heart, they have already chosen, according to the situation they are in. Actually, Japanese foreign ministry has been carrying out opinion poll in Southeast Asian countries. Consistent question since 2008 has been, which country are you going to rely on more in future? Is that China, Japan, United States, and so on and so forth? And among 10 countries, there are only 3 countries who have consistently put Japan over China in terms of trustworthiness. Who are they?
India, Japan, Australia, or US and Australia?
Among ASEAN countries, among ASEAN, Southeast Asian countries. Yes, the Philippines is the one. Indonesia, Vietnam. 3 big guys. I call them 3 big guys. So, I mean, Indonesia, 270 million people. Philippines, more than 100 million. Vietnam is becoming more than 100 million this year. So they are a little bit one head over the other countries. So they are strong enough to think that they can say no to the pressure coming from China, even while sort of relying on the support from outside like Japan and the United States. So we need to pay more attention to them. Our resources are limited, so we need to prioritize our relation in a very subtle way, because our foremost priority is to unite ASEAN. So if you prioritize your relation with each one of them too much, that is like dividing them. So we shouldn't do that. So it has to be very nuanced. But you need to realize this fact. I mean, when we saw that result in 2008, when we first had that opinion poll, we were really shocked. After all this effort for supply of ODA, a lot of cooperation in every aspect, then this is the result. 7 other countries didn't say Japan over China. So we need to take that kind of situation into consideration. By the way, the other seven countries among 10 ASEAN countries, middle three is the next group: Malaysia, Thailand, Myanmar. They are important countries. Thailand is has the biggest concentration of Japanese companies in Southeast Asia. Very important. Malaysia, look east policy, they've been very nice to us. But they swing between Japan and China according to different administrations. So you need to help them, you need to cooperate with them, but always you need to bear in mind that they are not with you all the time. They may go to the other side sometime in future. Small three: Lao Republic, Brunei, and Cambodia. They are important countries. They are under a lot of pressure from China, so we help them. But at the time of crisis, you cannot expect something coming from them, right? So, and the last one, which is exception, that's Singapore. Basically, they are allowed to bet on both sides. As you know, they are the host of American Navy as well as Air Force. Their military forces are trained in where? Taiwan, Australia, right? While they are accepting a lot of immigrants from mainland China in order to keep the balance among different races in the past few years. So if you ask the question to Singaporeans walking on the street, which country are you going to rely on more? China, 99%. So there's a bit of difference between the government policy and the feeling among the public. So that's Singapore as an exception. So we need to know these situations on the ground in order to formulate your response or formulate your expectation to each one of them at the time of crisis, like a Taiwan crisis. Sorry, I didn't respond to your question, I think.
No, you did. No, thank you very much. I just want to push the envelope a little bit. You said that perhaps your advice to the United States is not to use the cookie cutter uniform approach to all ASEAN nations. President Biden just had last year had a summit with the representative of ASEAN countries, except Myanmar and others. But can you elaborate more on U.S. approach to Southeast Asia? Okay. Larry mentioned a long-time absence of the United States in the Pacific Islands, and we've been talking about the importance of Southeast Asia in Washington for a long time. But I think you're saying that the United States approach is not deep enough and not nuanced enough. Can you elaborate on that?
Okay. Once again, first let me dodge your question and then talk about Taiwan, because it's important to know what Taiwan crisis means to us before talking about the possible contribution coming from Southeast Asian countries. The Taiwan issue was discussed in the first session, I think. My sense is we have a better chance to deter China from invading into Taiwan, even though we failed in stopping Russia from invading into Ukraine. We have a better chance in relation to Taiwan. Reason is this. You know, we all know that the democracy is a very messy thing to deal with. But the one good thing about democracy is the legitimacy of the leadership is quite clear. Election, right? Through election. Those who win the election become the leadership, period. If you don't like them, remove them by election, period. In a totalitarian state like China and Russia, well, Russia, they do have election, but China, they don't have that. Why Chinese Communist Party is always the head of the Chinese Communist Party is always the head of the state. There's no reason for that. So I think the Chinese people are not very obedient people. They are very demanding guys. So I think what Chinese Communist Party has been doing in terms of creating legitimacy for them, being a leadership, is to show to the public that because they are there, tomorrow is better than today. It's been relatively easy in the past, right? I mean, the introduction of capitalism, the GDP, double-digit GDP growth for more than 10 years. But the list is getting shorter and shorter. Now, reunification of Taiwan is the ultimate source of legitimacy for the Chinese Communist Party. So they can never give it up. They can never give up the possibility of using forces, whatever it takes to reunite Taiwan. That's bad news. But the other side of the coin is, what if you lose? What if you fail? That triggers the end of the Communist Party. They know it. So that makes them doubly careful before doing it. So what we can do is not to win over them overwhelmingly, but if we can at least show them there's a risk of failure for them, that may be enough for stopping them. At least that may be enough to let them think twice before doing things. So that's what we need to do. So for that, as I said, we become stronger. We have a better coordination between Japan and the United States in terms of the alliance coordination. And in addition to that, sorry, come to your question. So the more cooperation coming from Southeast Asian countries.
Thank you very much.
So specific, right? Specific. You asked what we need. The
United States.
Yeah, we and the United States need. First, Japan and the United States should sit down and discuss who are the priority countries we seek for cooperation in Southeast Asia. What do we expect from each one of them? And also, what should we start doing now to achieve that end? We have started that already. Now, let's start from the easier one, Philippines. Easy. I mean, President Marcos made it Philippines' position quite clear. Actually, Taiwan is in the middle of the northern tip of Philippines and Okinawa. So I think U.S., if and when operation starts, U.S. needs a two operational hub, which happens to be Okinawa, and I think the Philippines. And Philippines in the peaceful time should work as a hub for prepositioning of equipment and military personnel. By the way, before that, I should talk about this. Sorry, Taiwan. I said we have a better chance to deter China from invading into Taiwan. But more importantly, once crisis happens in Taiwan, that's the end. Nobody wins. Huge destruction, huge loss of human lives. Harsh feeling remain between Japan and China because there's no option for Japan but fight with the United States. So harsh feeling will remain between China and the United States for maybe 100 years. So the thing we have to do is stop it from happening with whatever it takes. Stop it from happening. That's the only thing we should do. And once we fail, we have to fight. So, but to stop it from happening, we should be best prepared for that. That's how it works. And show that to China that you have a risk of failure, and tell directly to Xi Jinping that you may try to do it, but you may fail. So if you fail, you may have a trouble. So don't do it, kind of thing, right? You need to do that. You need to say that directly to the ears of Xi Jinping. So these are the keys to stop it from happening. Now, but as I said, best prepared is the best way to stop it from happening.
May I just interrupt you just very quickly? Larry mentioned that, but you just said that to let the Xi Jinping know, to tell him. But what's your position on strategic ambiguity? What's the best way to deter China from, doing things that lead to ultimate destruction that you mentioned? And also, Bansho-san, General Bansho had this triangular chart. United States and Japan has a security alliance. Japan has a one China stance. United States has obviously 1972 communique, one China policy, but also Taiwan Relations Act. But there's nothing between Japan and Taiwan. while politicians started to go to Taiwan in increasing number from Japan. So what is the best way to bolster deterrence against China, and also whether United States and Japan jointly keeping up with the pace of rising risks of China, possibly. Well, they're engaging in information warfare now, having an election next year in mind, but increasing capability in the military sense.
First, Taiwan Relations Act is not the alliance, right? I mean, U.S. has no legal responsibility to defend Taiwan. So the situation of Taiwan is the same as Ukraine in terms of the alliance relation. That's first point. Second point, Bancho-san is right. The weakest link among the three, Japan, Taiwan, and the United States, is between Taiwan and Japan. And last December's 3 security documents encourages government officials to start more serious planning over Taiwan, which has been possible, but we haven't done that in the past. Now we have to do it. We know we have to do it. So in doing so, we have to talk to Taiwanese. And, well, first we need to coordinate that with Americans. And my sense is the coordination between Taiwan and the United States is not that developed either. It's very difficult, I know, even for the United States to do it. Partly because there are a lot of years of Chinese in Taiwanese armed forces, so you have to be really careful in doing that. So I think first we need to have a better planning between Japan and the United States. For the time being, I hope U.S. will step up its efforts for a better channel of communication and a better strategic coordination with Taiwan. Then with these two sort of spokes ready, then we can form a trilateral coordination mechanism. Quiet, but serious. I think we definitely need that, and it's among the policy options we are seeking for. I have retired, so I cannot talk on behalf of the government, but I think they are doing it. Sorry. The question is there.
May I? Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
With regard to a relationship between Taiwan and the United States, it seems to me that the relationship becoming deeper, faster than the relationship between Japan and Taiwan. A couple of weeks ago, for the first time in the history, after the United States established a diplomatic relationship with China, Foreign Minister of Taiwan was actually in Washington, meeting with Kirk Campbell and policymakers, and it never happened. But it seems to me that political direction is clear and becoming deeper and faster than that of Japan and between Japan and Taiwan. Isn't Japan sort of falling behind that development?
Sure.
And also, I ask you about your position on strategic ambiguance, which Prime Minister Abe really pushed the United States to change the policy on that.
Quiet communication, which is called special channel between Taiwan and the United States, has been there, not this time first. It's been there for a few years. The visit of Foreign Minister of Taiwan has taken place a few more times. So this is not the first time. They're doing it. So we commend the efforts of the U.S. government in maintaining a very close close communication with Taiwan. And I must admit, we are falling behind. But it's not that we have never had a serious channel of communication with Taiwan. We used to have one quietly. It never came up to the press. This is kind of not off the record, but
it's online.
Oh, it's online. Sorry. It's okay.
This is an in-depth discussion, so we can go in-depth.
It's not that we haven't had any contact with Taiwan. We used to have one, but I must admit, it's at this time it's ceased to exist. So we need to revive that. That's for sure. strategic ambiguity. I think we need to, I'm not 100% sure about what strategic ambiguity means, but we need to be clear about what should be ambiguous. What is an object of being ambiguous? I think what we want to achieve is to maintain the status quo, basically, knowing that China can never give this thing up. So the important element of that is stop Taiwan from declaring independence. If they do that, whatever the risk of the failure, China has to react, because this is completely against their basic principles, reunification of the country. They have to react. That's what we don't want to see, right? So my understanding is the meaning of the American ambiguous policy is to try not to encourage too much Taiwan, encourage enough for them to think that they can declare independence, which we don't want to see. So I think you can clear about this. What I mean is you can clearly tell Taiwanese that don't declare independence. I think we can say that. That will trigger the war, which we don't want to see. We don't want to fight a war. Don't do it. But if something happens, we will help you. I think that's about as much as we can say. And I think Americans are saying that behind the scene. And if we reestablish quiet and serious communication with Taiwan, we'll say things like that. And we will do the same of that with Chinese. We will tell them that we have to fight if you use military means, because we agreed that CCP is the sole representative of China, but we didn't accept that Taiwan is part of China. We've never accepted that. Neither did the United States. So if it is united peacefully, nobody can do anything about it, right? We don't have to talk about it. But if this is done militarily, since we don't accept Taiwan is part of China, the situation is the same as Ukraine. So we have no option but to react, because this is completely against the basic principle of the international law. So that's as clear as that. So I think our policy has been quite clear. It's only that we don't want Taiwan to declare independence, period. And we can tell that to them. That's quite clear, right?
Thank you very much. Sir, you have a question.
Both Taiwan and U.S. investment was very critical in helping China develop economically. I assume that China is now in a position it doesn't need the Taiwan investment anymore. I know there's a lot of Taiwanese companies still doing business in China, but I'm more thinking about your comment about the Japan-Taiwan relationship. And what I'm wondering is that in the absence of formal treaties or military agreements, what kind of things could be done to improve Japan-Taiwan relations? Things like cultural exchanges, or I don't know anything about the FDI trends in either direction between Taiwan and Japan.
There is obviously a close economic relation. We do have the fishery agreements, like fishery agreement, taxation agreement, most of the agreements we have with normal countries. So it's a de facto country, right? Oh, I shouldn't say that, but I'm not government official, so so I think we can discuss the roles Japan is ready to assume at the time of crisis, after coordinating that with the United States. We are not going to send our military forces on Taiwan soil. We wouldn't do that. Neither to China. We wouldn't do that. We are still of the view that this is prohibited by Constitution. So what we can do is fairly limited, I think. logistical support of the U.S. military forces, obviously, and also some operations on high sea, inspections, and so on and so forth. So there are limited role which Japan can do, and which I think U.S. force appreciate. Of course, before doing that, we need to increase our protection of our own homeland, starting from Senkaku Island and others. But there are things we can do. So we're not only talking about the culture exchange. We love Taiwanese food, but there are a little bit more than that, I think.
Thank you. General Nicholson.
Ambassador, thanks for your great comments. Thanks for your great comments. We talked about deterrence a little bit earlier, and you brought it up again. I think the end state, to use a military word, end state of deterrence is really simple, and you hit it. Make it so painful and dangerous for China to take this cross-strait action that they blink, that they defer. Well, maybe we'll do it later. That's when deterrence, how do you know if deterrence has worked? That we continue to see China delay. Because you're right, failure in a cross-strait Taiwan invasion could very well be the end of the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party. That could be a regime change. That failure would not be acceptable to the population here. But I also want to, and this sounds kind of sober, but there is some perhaps belief that we're doing a lot of training with the Taiwanese. We're not. And I think a lot of the reason, I wasn't even ever allowed to go to Taiwan. And when I did have some military people go, they had to go in civilian clothes. And I think there is a great apprehension of sort of provoking the mainland and causing them concern by action. So mill-to-mill relations between the U.S. and Taiwan are pretty minimal. And you think about how important that is. If we have to plan the defense of Taiwan, that's U.S. and Japan and Australia kind of working together without the country that would be, so it's very challenging. And that's why you could make, again, the argument, strategic clarity here would simplify a lot of that because it would open up the opportunities for high-level visits. But I think there is a real concern about anything you do could be seen as provocative to China, which could, obviously be a problem. But I think end state, again, is very clear. Everyone should know what end state is. End state is make it so hard, so painful for China that they defer. That's what success looks like.
Yeah, I completely agree. And with that in mind, can I continue the after Philippines? Indonesia, big country. I think they would perhaps vote yes to the United Nations General Assembly resolution to condemn China's invasion into Taiwan. They would vote yes, but they would never be part of the sanction regime. That's as a matter of principle. That's their attitude. So what do we need with that in mind? If Taiwan Strait is closed, Bashi Channel, which is the south of Taiwan, where all the transportation go through now, that is closed, and even Malacca Strait is closed, where should we go as an alternative sea lane of communication? The only option is through Indonesia. Lombok, Makassar Straits. Deep enough, wide enough, economically viable, because that adds up only 10 to 15% of the distance. So what we actually need from Indonesia is to maintain these critical channels for serial communication open and free for everybody, I think, even for Chinese. So we need to strengthen their capability for that purpose. I think U.S. is trying to do that. We are trying to do that. Difficult part is, as I said, Indonesia is a big country. They never want to be told what to do. So if you Americans out of very goodwill move in, and we're going to do this, so we are going to help you, this and this. Don't do that. You just need to tell them that I know you can do it. I know you are doing it. If there's anything we can do to help, just call me up. While strengthening your actual everyday support, training and equipment, just beef them up. That's what I think US is trying to do. So that's Indonesia. Singapore, we hope they would continue their role as a base for US Navy and Air Force, even after Taiwan contingency happens. And also, we hope Singapore will be in the center of efforts to keep Malacca Straits open and free, together with perhaps the help of the Europeans, Australians, Japanese, Americans, but every help counts. And the thing is, last year, there was a visit of German naval ships, as well as Netherlands, Dutch naval ships coming through East China Sea. We have a joint exercise with American, Japanese, and Australians. We know, frankly, that once Taiwan contingency happened, we cannot count on the physical presence of European ships because they are so busy, right? They will never come. Physically, they are not capable of doing it. But this is once again the art of deterrence. China was obviously quite irritated by that joint exercise. We had a very harsh démarche coming from China. They spotted that, and then that means they have to take into consideration the participation of European forces as a possibility, although we know that it doesn't happen. It's not going to happen. So that's how we try to level up the power of deterrence. So, sorry, two more. Vietnam. They're not democracy, but they are like-minded countries. I think U.S. government is open to a closer relation with Vietnam, although sometimes Biden administration talks about democracy summit, which I'm not particularly thrilled about. But I think your national security strategy clearly says that even if you are not democracy, if you are ready to support the rule-based order, you are our guys, our kind of guys. So that is a way to help Vietnam. So that's what we appreciate very much. Vietnam, they're saying, they are in a very difficult situation. They have a communist party, by the way. So they are saying, sometimes we say that if they choose China, they lose country. If they choose the United States, they lose a party. So they are walking on a very tight rope, ultimate balancing act. So there's no chance for the participation of Vietnam to the joint operation after Taiwan crisis happens. But what they are telling us is that we cannot be part of that operation, but actually we are afraid of the possibility of China starting something in South China Sea, even before or during the Taiwan contingencies. But once it happens, we're going to fight back. So help us for that during peacetime by supplying with them intelligence information about what's going on in East China Sea, because that can be used as a reference to what may happen in South China Sea. That's what we've been doing, and we will continue to do that. We will perhaps, thanks to this new security document, we are going to become able to supply arms system more easily, more openly to friends. And so we will use it as a tool to strengthen Vietnam, to be more ready for some operations coming from Chinese side. Last but not least, India. Which side India goes decides the majority, as I said. And Indonesia is the same, by the way. I think India's enemy is a too strong word. Challenge number one is clearly China. It's been decided already. I think they know it. And they are they have become a very serious partner in the Quad, Japan, US, India, and Australia. So we thought they are ready to work with us all the way in countering Chinese insurgents. No. They told me, we asked a question to Indians, why are you doing this after Ukraine crisis? Why are you maintaining or even buying a lot of oil from Russia? We don't like it. What they told us is that, Quad is perfect for their maritime threat. We are ready to work with you. But you know, our threat is not the singular. We have other threats, like a China, India border, Pakistan. You guys, you Quad guys, are you ready to support us during the China-India border? You wouldn't do that, do you? That's the reason why they cannot cut 100% away from Russia, because their nightmare is to see Russia supporting China during the China-India border crisis. They don't want to see that. So with that in mind, our expectation has to be controlled in terms of their contribution during Taiwan crisis. But what we can do this time, once again, in terms of deterrence, is start more Army joint exercise with Indians. We've been doing a lot of Navy exercises, joint exercise with India, Quad Navy exercise. Do it with armies. Actually, US has been doing that. Even Japan has started doing that with this in mind. What does this mean? Best case scenario for us is once Taiwan crisis happens, oh, strange, Indian army start going to the north. That opens up a second front for China. I don't think situation is that simple. That's not going to happen. So what we can do is let China feel that that is a possibility. So once we start leveling up our army-to-army exercise with Indians, China is not stupid. I mean, they know they're watching everything going on. China will immediately realize our intention. So that means China this time has to take that kind of scenario, Indian army going to the north at the time of crisis, as a possibility. That's what we can do. So I think you will see from now on increasing number of army exercise between Japan and India, US and India, sometimes Japan, US, India, sometimes even Indonesia. So we are going to try to organize these kind of exercise among armies. Sorry, I think that's a very long answer to your question, but we still have time.
I'll go to you, but may I just ask one quick question about Myanmar?
Okay.
Because that's an important country for U.S.-Japan relationship, because that country is where U.S. policy and Japan policy seems to be divergent at the crossroad of engagement and economic sanction. And obviously, as I said, now when President Biden invited head of ASEAN countries, Myanmar was not invited. This military regime already that's a no. As a starting point, that's a no-no, right, for the United States. What's your recommendation for United States and Japan with regard to Myanmar, Myanmar specific as well as meaning of economic sanctions?
Oh. Myanmar is a very important country for us. I think they are one of the middle three, like 60 million people. The last unexplored economy. I think there's a huge opportunity for us. In addition to that, Myanmese hate Chinese. Sorry, this is a little bit too strong, but Myanmese don't like Chinese. Sorry. So there is a lot of chance for us to get them back to our side. So once, in the process of democratization of Myanmar, we thought, chance is coming again. Too bad. Even Japan cannot establish or renew business as usual relation with Myanmar in the present situation. We cannot do that. So we have to change that situation. And we have to somehow start the process for moving to democracy over there. And that's what we need to do. I mean, Japan is trying to do it, but I think the one who should do the job in the forefront is ASEAN, and Indonesia is trying to do it. This year, Indonesia is the chair of ASEAN. When Indonesia becomes a chair of ASEAN, they have always had a sort of one step up. So we do hope Indonesia will do something about it this time. We would have thought Indonesia would start more serious efforts in relation to Myanmar even before becoming the chair of ASEAN, but it seems they're not doing that. So our hope for seeing some sort of solution to this Myanmar issue during Indonesia's presidency is getting a little bit dimmed. But I think we need to put ASEAN on the forefront, and we always have to help them from the behind. U.S. actually has some leverage, so we can do a little bit of coordinated efforts behind the scene to support the official and sort of public effort of the ASEAN countries. But we do have to bring Myanmar back to normal. That is very, very important for us to strengthen the support coming from Southeast Asian countries.
Thank you. Gentleman in blue sweater.
Thank you. A lot of military experts think that short of a direct cross-Taiwanese Strait naval invasion, that China might do a military embargo of Taiwan, which would be a whole different calculus, very different from autocratic regime of like Putin, who acts unilaterally. At least Xi takes a lot of expert advice, foreign policy, domestic policy, certainly this sort of thing. And that would bring a whole new calculus to this thing, because now it would unification take place through rapid attrition, or would there be some intervention that would be initiated by these other players, the West, to come to their rescue in that situation?
You're right. There can be many different scenarios how China starts the operation involving Taiwan. Embargo, even pandemic. We have worked on some games scenario that is, mainland Chinese visited Taiwan. When they came back, they got the new flu, new COVID. And then, with that in mind, China decided to encircle Taiwan so that nobody approaches for the health reason, and so on and so forth. So there are many different scenarios. And I must admit, we're not prepared well enough to each one of them. But your point is well taken. I think China doesn't want to use military forces to unite Taiwan, right? I mean, as much as we don't like. So they may try to do everything short of military operation. So we have to be gradually ready for these kind of scenarios, and we don't know yet what we can do. But most serious thing at this moment is a potential military operation, right? So perhaps this is a time to maybe focus more on the increase of our military capabilities and French shoring, as I've been discussing, to be more ready and to show that to the Chinese about our level of readiness. I mean, to be ready for that soft case scenario cannot be delivered to China to increase their sort of concern about the risk of failure. So that is a little bit difficult thing we do. So that's the reason why I think we are now focusing more on the military side. But I think I know this didn't answer to your question, but this is how I see it.
Jim Schoaf, Senior Director, Sasakawa Peace Foundation, USA. Jim?
Thank you, Ambassador, for this discussion. Listening to your talk, it made me think about Thailand, because for so long, Thailand was such a strong economic power in the region within ASEAN and has such a strong Japanese private sector presence. And I just wonder if there's how you see the potential for reviving that relationship, or what the future is. Is Thailand potentially a place that we could, if we focused a lot more on, over time things could really turn in our favor there, or is it fundamentally changed as a player in the region?
In addition to what you said, Jim, Thailand is your treaty ally, right? One of the two treaty allies in Southeast Asia, Philippines and Thailand, right? So you naturally expect a lot of military support coming from Thailand in case of the Taiwan contingency. No, right? It won't happen. You should control your expectations. It's not that Thailand has changed completely. It's only about their way of survival. When I joined the Foreign Service in 1980s, my senior colleague told me that Thailand is a very important country, one of the most important countries in Southeast Asia. But if you start talking about China, if you supply information about China to Thailand, please expect that to reach to Beijing within a week. So sorry about this. That's how they survive. That's how they maintain their independence, right? So that's their way. They do have a joint exercise with you annually. At the same time, they do have a joint Air Force exercise with China every year. So they are doing another balancing act. So you need to maintain, you need to control your expectation. The logic is that Thailand is not facing to South China Sea directly. That's why they don't have any territorial issue with China. So they're not part of the game this time. So see you tomorrow, kind of. By saying that, I think you need to control your expectation. If you put too much expectation on them, that will break the alliance. I think you know the answer anyway.
Thank you very much. Unless there is a burning question.
Can I just make?
Yes.
Sorry.
People are still not leaving, so you can continue to talk.
No. Let me lastly mention CPTPP. Whenever Japanese Prime Minister goes to Washington, D.C., we always ask U.S. President, come back to CPTPP. It's not mantra. It's serious, really serious. This is not only economy. This is strategic. My feeling is Southeast Asian countries would never take your word about pivoting in Asia seriously unless you start doing something about market access. IPEF, great. It's rule-making. Great, but no market access. And you explain the reason why you cannot do that at this time. But I think it's a responsibility of American politicians to start understanding what's really going on. You have NAFTA, right? By having NAFTA, are you losing your job? Not really. And that's creating jobs. More trade in NAFTA among NAFTA countries. You are exporting or importing goods, part of which is constructed in the United States. That is your gain. That's how trade becomes gain to you. I think you can explain that in a logical way. I know politics doesn't work in a logical way, but at the same time, you need to understand how much you are losing by staying outside this CPTPP. system. And now that Taiwan and China both are trying to be part of this, it's a difficult problem. But I think we will apply the same high-level ambitious standard to everybody. Once you're ready to accept that, you're part of it. If you're not, bye-bye. So from that viewpoint, Taiwan has much better chance to join CPTPP than China. Once China joined before Taiwan, China used veto to stop Taiwan from becoming it. So we cannot do that. So maybe we should, the thing we can do is perhaps let them join on the same day, kind of. But I think we are determined to expand the CPTPP because ultimate goal of CPTPP is open Chinese market. That's the original objective US proposed to us. That's why we said, okay, why not? So I think you need to come back to that original place where you started and then construct your reasoning and knowing that this has a very big strategic part. So, sorry. I know I provoked this question from you.
I agree. I agree about the geostrategic benefits of CPTPP. I worked on the agreement. I wish it had passed. This would be my advice to Prime Minister Kishida. Yeah, you can say, please come back to CPTPP for the geostrategic benefits. But that's not going to get it over the finish line in the United States because it's the agreement, the parts of the agreement that need to be renegotiated. So Japan needs to say, we want you to come back to CPTPP and we're ready to renegotiate it. Japan doesn't want to say that, and I understand why. But it ultimately comes down to what is in the agreement that Congress cares about, you know. And so the geostrategic benefits are there, and I agree, but it's putting the cart before the horse, so to speak, in my view. So that would be my advice. And don't forget, we renegotiated NAFTA, and now we have USMCA. And, you know, that was a big negotiation. Trump administration gets a lot of credit for being able to do it, brought together the Democrats, and they supported it. But, you know, NAFTA was very unpopular for many years. Sure. Now I think we're in a much better place on NAFTA. So I agree with you on that.
Yeah, you have renegotiated many agreements anyway, so we're happy to do it. But if and when you are ready to renegotiate, actually, tell us so. I think we should become able, once we know that that's your position, we should become able to say that we need you for a strategic reason. What do we need for making that possible? Once we start saying that, we start negotiation, right? That's what we can do, I think.
All right, thank you very much. I started to see a little bit of a change in Washington in terms of how lawmakers see Japanese, you know, when they come to Washington. We have a lot of visitors from Japan first half of January. Everybody say TPP, 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 come back to TPP, right? And we invite actually many Japanese lawmakers come to Washington and communicate with American counterparts, including Senator Haggerty, okay? And like 3-4 years ago, the reaction was very like this, that, oh, Japanese don't understand the political landscape in Washington. Now they understand that we are saying Japanese are saying because of strategic importance. So there is a small group of people started to understand this, and combine that with what you said, and you said, I think, you know, we just have to continue to do that and started to change the rhetoric framework of discourse a little bit. And I would like you to join me in thanking Ambassador Ishii, because I've been telling my friends in Tokyo that, you know, just assume Tokyo is a country like Singapore. You know, if you fly out of an airport, you're outside of the country. What I mean is that because of, I mean, Singapore is a city-state, right? You know, I have nothing against city-state, but city-state is a city-state. It's a small country. And, but they have so much say in international society. They always punch above their weight in the international community, whereas Japanese always punch under the weight in the international community. And Ishii-san is one of the, you know, diplomats, former diplomats, who can function like a Singaporean diplomat or ex-Singaporean diplomat, that he can talk a lot in a logical way in English and in a logic that the people understand. And so I am really glad that Ambassador Ishii took time to come to Tennessee, and I hope that you agree with me that this was a really in-depth discussion. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Ishii and Dr. Akimoto. That was really great, eye-opening. Thank you. So we're at the end of our program. We hope that you've come away with a greater understanding, appreciation of U.S.-Japan relations, how important they are. And I just want to let you all know that if you're interested in Indo-Pacific issues, we have another event coming on March 6th, which is next Monday evening. From 5:30 to 6:30 in this room. Former ambassador to Australia, A.B. Culverhouse, who is a UT alum and a board member of the Baker Center, will be speaking about Indo-Pacific issues. So we hope you can attend that as well. So I want to thank Sasakawa Peace Foundation USA for hosting this, or for sponsoring this. It would not be possible without them. So thank you. And I also want to thank the Baker Center staff and students. So thank you for all your assistance. And I hope you'll have a good rest of your day. Thank you. Could all the speakers come up to the front, please, for a photograph? Thank you.